We are back. We're back in business. We're back. We're live and alive. Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? People bitching and fucking moaning about 15 minutes of music. Holy fuck. I guarantee the vast majority of you have only just hopped in chat as well. Can we get some new music? Can we get some new music? The pre-stream podcast is like 3 hours long. What do you mean? Oh my god. Listen, okay? If you're getting sick of it, it's a sign, alright? It's a sign. You're early to streams all the time, alright? I hugely appreciate it. That's the fucking metric I'm going with now, you know? To be able to, like, coddle myself and shield my own feelings. The people who hate the music the most are the people who love the streams the most as well. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Let It Go. How's it going? I remember 25-minute intros. That would have happened, like, one fucking time. That, I think, actually, I can think of the only time that did happen. And it's because I spilt milk? I spilt water over, like, my entire fucking setup one time. And so, yeah, we had to go and sort that out before we could start stream. Yeah, what are you gonna do? You know? Music was fine. Thank you, Empathy Enjoyer. Somebody who watches intermittently whenever I'm talking about Idubbbz. I appreciate it. Dickers, I got jumped today. The worst of all, they called me a Dickers viewer. Yeah, listen, alright? It is highly targeted. It is extremely targeted. The only people more oppressed by the commentary community than me are my fans. And it's very sad. It's very sad. Came on your laptop? No. Not that that's never happened, but it doesn't cause issues, you know? But sometimes I like to throw water on it to be able to make up for it, you know? It kind of sorts itself out, you know? I'm a one-topic guy, what can I say? No, listen, alright? Without you for Idubbbz, without Snaky Lee for Tectone, we would all be poorer, okay? Speaking of which, chop, answer your DMs, bitch, alright? No, what I want to do, you've seen the title, you know what's going on, alright? It only happened a few hours ago. Ethan Klein is retracting his lawsuit against Idubbbz after Idubbbz gave an appropriate enough apology now, I guess. What I want to do is I want the Idubbbz A-logger to give me access to the original apology so that we can compare the two. Because at least going off my memory, okay, there is basically no difference between these. There is basically no difference between these. In fact, at the time, everybody thought that the apology was sincere enough, you know? Idubbbz got credit from, you know, even people like Nick gave him credit for the apology at the time. They thought that it was sincere, you know? So yeah. One sec, I'm mid-game. Okay, don't worry about it. I'll go and find it, alright? Empathy Enjoyer. Alright. I guess this is on stream, and another one is dedicated video. What do you mean? No, they were both dedicated, I think. No, this one is on a video, and I think maybe the other one was on a stream. I literally don't know, but there we are. Empathy Enjoyer, apology. Or is it going to be called something stupid like, oh, Idubbbz learns empathy. Listen, we appreciate the A-logs, okay? We do appreciate the A-logs. Alright. Idubbbz talks about Afro Man. There's a lot of these. There's a lot of these here. Idubbbz addresses the trolls in his chat. Amazing. Complains about gender reveal parties. Ah, okay. So, Idubbbz wraps up his H3 Snark coverage. Because it's when he retired the Scorched Lagoon persona. Right? Is it Idubbbz bends the knee? There's no fucking way that's what it's called. Right? Bends the knee, talks about Afro Man, apologizes? Apologizes. Surely. Yes? Talks about the war in Iran? Holy fuck. This is just indistinguishable from a fucking Idubbbz fan channel. Idubbbz debates with his own chat, discovers that furries have jobs, attempts to stream on YouTube. Okay. Not going to be able to find it. If somebody else can find it later, I would hugely appreciate it. Wait. 4 weeks ago, Ian Jumhar apologizes to Ethan Klein. Is this the one?
There's a lot of health benefits to
empathy enjoyer. Upset about it. If you aren't. Sup, I'm not really a fan, and I'm sure you already addressed it, but I just found out about the newest PT bullshit through leftovers. Boy, it's time to get a restraining order against that weirdo for you and Anissa for your own safety. Yeah, I was going to talk about...
Is this it? Okay, I appreciate it. Nice. We'll line all of that shit up, okay? We'll line all that shit up. Whoa! Snaky Leaf is back! Empathy Enjoyer is seeding and molding in VC right now. What, are you guys hanging out in VC together? God, these snark discords, man. These snark discords where all the A-loggers congregate in. I would not like to be in there myself. You can only imagine the kind of evil things that they're up to in that. What is it called? What is it called? Durio Factory? Yeah. Snaky is assaulting me in VC. Hey, he's going to. He's British, isn't he? Alright, top lad. Okay. H3 response in inbox from 4 weeks ago. Bro, it's all coming together. Okay, nice. We love that shit. Fantastic. We can go into it a little bit. Alright, we can go into it a little bit. What I want to go over, especially because the apology itself isn't really that long, right? But we'll add a little bit of sawdust to this content, stretch it out a little bit. We'll go over some of the interactions as well, because I think that some people are acting real fucking brave over this shit. When if they were in the same position as Idubbbz, they would do the exact same fucking thing, right? Yeah, the exact same fucking thing. Like I've said, I wish that Idubbbz could just accept his place rolling around in the slop with the rest of the piggies, okay? That is, as a viewer of Idubbbz, where he makes the best fucking content, okay? Undoubtedly, that's where he fucking shines. So it's a shame that he is being a little bit bitch-made, but Idubbbz is as Idubbbz does, you know? And when he's actually looking at a lawsuit, I'm not surprised that he took the route that he did. Alright, fuck it. Let's just go straight into it. Idubbbz apologizes to Ethan. So, the very necessary context leading into this, okay, is that Idubbbz, although people may have missed it, or Ethan, sorry, while he was responding to Charlie on, I think it was Friday the 12th, okay? So 3 days ago, Ethan said, listen, okay, Charlie, buddy boy, alright? If Idubbbz apologizes and he gives a good apology, okay, I will think about maybe cancelling the lawsuit, alright? I will think about possibly cancelling the lawsuit. I don't know if somebody's already gone in for an apology once, and it wasn't sincere, in your opinion, why you would give them another olive branch to be able to try their apology again. But, you know, obviously we know Ethan Klein has been getting a shit ton of fucking pressure over this stuff. Kino Casino, they've done a full-on heel turn. Durio disavowed the lawsuit. Papa Got, somewhere in between those two, right? And that's the reason why he's offering the brand new olive branch. Ethan Klein doesn't want this heat. Idubbbz doesn't want this heat. They've both entered into a situation where they're both losing on net, right? Anyway, let's have a gander. Let's have a look. Idubbbz apologizes to Ethan Klein.
Hello, everyone. I am going to be talking about a very important and heavy topic for me. If you're unfamiliar with the context of any of this, I'll give you a brief rundown. But that is not the main purpose of this video. I do think it's important to share a little bit of my side of the story, but I don't want to take away from the purpose of this video, and that is to apologize to Ethan Klein and his family, especially his kids. Basically, Ethan is suing me for having rebroadcasted.
No fucking way. Okay, we're looking in the background for subtle references. Now, I don't know what's in Idubbbz's background normally, alright? But I think what have we got? We've got the Palestine thing that he was wearing around him during the content cop. We've also got a skull. We have a skull on the wall at the same time. Okay, have we got anything else? Have we got anything else? Fuck. He got the boxing gloves, you know. We've got the boxing gloves to commemorate his initial offer to Ethan. They could settle it in a boxing match for content. All right. And we've got, obviously, you know, a cross to scare away the Jews, you know. Some people will say that's been Idubbbz set up the entire time, all right? but real people know exactly what's going on there.
Did a statement made
A stagecoach movie poster, obviously an infamous reference to the Holocaust. You know, a lot of references. There's a lot of references here for people who want to pick them up.
by Destiny on my stream. I did display the very disgusting comment for 40 minutes, and it was wrong. It was a comment from Destiny, and I even said that I don't agree with it, but it sort of highlights how I knew that it was a wrong thing to put out there into the universe and show people. You know, regardless of the point I was making, it was wrong. I was angry, and I was like, how do I get this guy to, one, not clip me, not mock me and harass me on his live stream, and two, this guy's a fucking bully. I'm angry. I'm angry that this multimillionaire is silencing people and suing people who have a much smaller audience than he does, and you know, can barely defend themselves. And so I'm angry. I don't like bullies. So I wanted to do something that would have an impact.
I'm not gonna lie, all right? Because I've seen the reactions already. All right, I've seen the reactions already. I've seen a clip of Mike from PA. I guess we'll go over that later as well, where Mike is like, "You're wrong! You're wrong, Idubbbz! You didn't go after his children! You're lying!" Okay, bro, literally. How did people respond to Caseytron when she was giving her apology, right? This is for the purpose of a lawsuit, okay? This is why he's giving this apology. You gotta understand. There's probably a little bit of truth mixed in with a little bit of, you know, he's sweetening it up a little bit. I do give Idubbbz, like, insane fucking props, though, because he didn't have to include this in there, you know? I would say, you know, even when you're trying to give an apology to, realistically, he is bending the knee, right? He is kissing the ring, and you're still able to stand there and say, yeah, I mean, Ethan Klein is a fucking bully, and I was standing up to him, whatever the fuck, you know? Props for that. Props for that at the very least.
And, you know, without checking in with myself of whether or not that was a right or wrong thing to do. I justified it in my head at the time. I was like, okay, well, it's not my words, and it's actually said by a really bad guy, Destiny, not a fan of that guy. It's very clear that it was never the right thing to do. It was a comment about Ethan and his children, and it was disgusting. I said at the time in the stream that I don't agree with it, but still sharing it and broadcasting it to people for 40 minutes, that was an irresponsible and reckless thing to do.
I really, please God, tell me this isn't going to be the fucking standard now. Please tell me that this isn't going to set a social standard. That to have something up like that on stream, you have to fucking disavow it. Otherwise, you're making an actual fucking defamation claim. How long, while I was streaming about Emaru, did I have up her fucking picture? Here it is. I've still got it on my fucking OBS. I literally had this in the corner of the stream the entire time, with the text underneath, Bunny Slaughterer, or something like that. Contributed to the Bunny Holocaust. Is that really an actual fucking defamation claim? Or do people understand that's a fucking joke? Do people understand that that's a claim that's flown around right now, which I might not necessarily believe in, right? I think I even joked that it was true at the time. Is that actionable defamation? Dude, I just don't want this to set a fucking social precedent of that. That would be so fucking gay if that happens.
Especially for parents. Like, there are many parents with kids.
Dickers, is it really possible for a motherfucker, for a mofo human to realize they made a mistake? Are you really this jaded? Listen, I think that Idubbbz has probably got a lot of hate for it, okay? And I don't know if personally he did go in for rolling around with the piggies again, right? Which we know Idubbbz has got a lot of trauma around, okay? He's very sensitive to that kind of stuff. And he said before that it kind of goes against his personal ethics, but he's willing to do it sometimes. So maybe he does have trolls remorse again, genuinely. But even if he does, I think he's beating himself up too much, like unironically, right?
Kids out there who...
Ethan Klein is the guy who will call people pedophiles as a joke. He did it infamously to Patrice Wilson. He did it with Dan Clancy, alright? That is what he was doing. Don't pretend that he fucking wasn't, alright? He was being cute about it, but everyone knows what he fucking meant at the time, right? This is who Ethan is. This is the fucking, this is what he rolls around in. So, it is what it is, you know?
Do not want to see that shit. and it's painful. And I'm sure it was extremely painful for Ethan and Hila to read that shit and have it pop up again and again and again. And just because it's coming from a piece of shit guy, and I'm showing it to people like, look what this piece of shit said. It's wrong. It's wrong to do. And I didn't, I didn't come to this overnight, right? Like, to be frank, I'm angry. I do not like Ethan. I think he's doing a lot of damage to people online. And it changed the way that I was thinking about it. I didn't think about it. I didn't ground myself. I didn't think about, who is actually being affected in this instance. And Ethan's family and his kids are being affected. I just because I don't like Ethan, I think it's wrong to find an attack vector that is his kids. It's foul. It's not okay. And I think it was wrong for me to use the Destiny screenshot as a cudgel to make my point. I didn't need to use the Destiny screenshot to make my point. There's a million other ways I could have done it, but I didn't. And I regret that I didn't, and I regret that I ever put that screenshot on my live stream. That's the main reason why I feel like I do need, for myself, for my soul, to own up to this and acknowledge that I went too far. It wasn't okay. Ethan and Hila and their family do not deserve that. At the end of the day, whatever...
I would maybe get this apology, right? Obviously, he's doing it to bend the knee and kiss the ring and stuff like that, okay? He's under the threat of being sued. But if I'm to take him, actually seriously, I would maybe understand this apology if Idubbbz was going in there and, he was riffing on the fucking joke, he was taking what Destiny said, and he was, adding to it and playing around with it. I don't remember that he did. I don't think that he did at all. He didn't go in for the fucking kid jokes. The main target of his humor at that time was that Ethan will never respond to this, despite the fact that he'll respond to a million other people who are talking shit about him and saying, abhorrent stuff about his kids. And the joke was correct. The joke was right. That's why it fucking landed, right?
Whatever happens with the lawsuit is what it is. For myself, I needed to make it known on the internet that what I did was wrong, and I don't want to be that person. I don't want to behave that way. I want to make content that I'm proud of. I don't want to give in to a harassment back and forth online. I want to put my energy into making content that I can be proud of and that I'm not going to be ashamed of because I lost the plot. I want to stay focused. I want to check in with myself and know what it is I want to be and what I want to do and what message I want to spread. And this isn't a message I want to spread. So I'm sorry to Ethan and Hila and your family. You guys didn't deserve that. I'm going to think about all of this a lot more, I'm sure. But for now, I really do want to just get back to making the content that I want to make. Having said all that, I wish everyone the best. I genuinely want to see a better world, and I do not want to be a contributor to what makes it terrible. So,
boo, boo, make the world worse. Fuck you, you pussy bitch. 2 out of 10, no tears, boring. I think he kept it relatively concise and to the point.
So long. Bye-bye.
God, I can't fucking stand these positive influences on society. It genuinely makes me fucking sick. But, there we are. This leads us to what happened 5 hours ago. The official announcement, pinned by Idubbbz TV. Hi, Ian. I appreciate the thoughtful apology. It means a lot. I've instructed my attorneys to drop the lawsuits entirely. We have reached, ladies and gentlemen, the good ending, right? This is the good ending. However, I made a little tweet about this, okay? I made a little tweet. Imagine if this is bait. I mean, it is the weekend. Has he actually instructed them? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. Oh, wait, no. The time differences don't come into account. It is still, it is actually Monday. Never mind. All right, nice. Now, like I say, we'll go into some of the tweets here to dive into some of the dialogue. So let's go for it. And I think that I don't know if I really need to add to it very much. We might go through some of the responses. Although I don't want to sit here for the next like half an hour and just read my tweets, so we'll probably keep it short and sweet, right? But people will say that this is an act of charity from Ethan, but it was 100% self-interested capitulation. The lawsuit against Idubbbz was the most unpopular one. Only when Charlie criticized Ethan did he offer an olive branch, so Ian avoids the lawsuit, and Ethan saves face. Now, I think this is relatively inarguable, okay? The main thing, or the main motivation here, is for Ethan to be able to get out of this stuff, get an apology from Idubbbz, get a little bit of a W, save a little bit of face, and drop the lawsuit, and act as though he did it, in good faith the entire time. As though the entire time it wasn't spite-driven, right? I think it's pretty obvious, lol. Well, okay, so there's a couple copes. There's a couple responses that I've seen that are probably the most notable. The first one that I want to address pretty fucking weirdly is people are acting as though this is not because of Idubbbz's apology being different, alright? And this isn't out of Ethan having a sincere change of heart, okay? So they accept that those are untenable positions, right? That's not likely. They notice that there's been a significant change in Ethan's behavior. However, what they say is, no, dickers, okay? Listen, you don't understand. Let me explain. Ethan's best friend died in a helicopter crash 2 weeks ago, and that's why it's changed. That's why Ethan's had a change of heart. Doesn't work, okay? I'm sorry to tell you, it doesn't work. Oliver Tree died, I think it was yesterday. He reached out and gave the olive branch, said that, I might possibly think of dropping the lawsuit if Idubbbz gives a sincere apology. That was 3 days ago, okay? So that cope, unfortunately, doesn't work, but I appreciate the honesty, alright? I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate that people are pointing out that it could not possibly be that the apology was now genuine, and so Ethan has changed his mind, or any of the other copes that you'll see here, alright? No, that's how defamation suits work. If the defamer apologizes and takes the offending material down, the lawsuit goes away. It has nothing to do with Charlie. Oh, really? Oh, really? But as I point out then, he's already apologized, but that's probably a good segue. Let's have a look at his original apology, okay? We've just gone through his brand new apology. Let's see if we can point out any stark differences that would make us think that this one is legitimate and the old one wasn't. Okay? Wait, not that one. Here we are. Let's go.
About that briefly today, I felt like it was a good jumping off point. Because I do know that there are some drama heads. People like the drama slop a lot. And they I've definitely weaned myself off of it. But yeah, for those who don't know, and I won't bother showing a video because if you care enough about it, you can look it up. But Ethan had popped open, I don't know, I think it's my Snark subreddit, for lack of a better word. And he was like scrolling it or something like that. And I think there's a post about Anissa or a screenshot of Anissa's story. And so like you can see him in this poker tournament or whatever. He just has his phone.
No way. Wait, Idubbbz starts talking about the pussy drama. The lasered pussy hair drama in the middle of his apology.
Phone out in front of everyone, just like fucking zooming in and taking screenshots of Anissa's story post.
Okay, let's skip ahead to where we get to the apology though.
Like a way for me to like get involved in the slop. That to be honest, I don't like being.
Oh, okay. Let's go back maybe 20 to get the start of the apology done.
To you guys why I haven't had Scorched Legume on in a while. Scorched Legume was kind of like a way for me to like get involved in the slop. That to be honest, I don't like being. I've said kind of all I wanted to say with the content comp. That's usually my strategy. Is like, this is my opinion. Take it or leave it. I would I would do a what do you call it? A follow-up video. But generally,
It's just insane. It's totally fucking insane. There is an obvious, like, aspect to this, where these kind of lawsuits totally destroy the drama. So I'm currently watching somebody called Empathy Enjoyer, who is an Idubbbz A-log. And as you can see, they're currently in my chat saying, "Rest in peace, the Scorched Legume. Rip my goat, the legume." It's not even fun to hate this guy anymore, because he's under the thumb of a fucking lawsuit. It ruins the content. For people who love and hate Idubbbz, we will never get back the Scorched Legume. That source of content is now, well, I guess you could say it's burnt. We're never getting that shit back.
I want to fucking move on, live my life. Music's a bit loud. Okay. Whatever, we just go music off. But yeah, I kind of like with having the Scorched Legume on, I've been indulging the dark side a little too much, for at least for me, right? Like I have my own principles, my own values, and I'm like, it allowed me to roll around in the pig shit a little bit more. And there's aspects of that I like, but it's not really like, it doesn't super align with my principles. And I think one of the things that sort of like woke me up a little bit is like, okay, wait a minute, I need to take a step back. It's the Destiny thing about Ethan and his kids.
Wait. Because I was going into this. Okay, I was thinking that I fucked up for a second there. I was like, wait, okay. During this apology, is the obvious answer to what changed is that he never mentioned the comment about Destiny's kids. So he's about to go into that as well. Okay, nice.
That was one of those where I was like, oh man, like, I think I stepped too far out with this one, where it's like, I'm...
Thank you for letting us know that the thing on screen is fake. I appreciate that. Yeah. Whoa, what is Asan saying about his best friend, Idubbbz? Quick daily reminder, the Ian Jomha, Idubbbz, is likely a zoophile who has molested his own snake. What an awful joke to make. What a horrible, awful joke to make. I can't believe that you'd say that about somebody. It doesn't excuse it, okay? That he's made similar jokes about other people, okay? It is wrong. It is wrong to make this kind of joke. And hopefully, if I go back, okay. Hopefully some of the H3 supporters should have pointed this out at the time. That this was a wrong, sick thing to joke about. Ian would never do that. Ian would never do that.
We know.
I'm just glad that people were applying their standards consistently, you know?
The reason that I, showed you guys the comment about Ethan and his kids, it's because it's like, Destiny's he's a piece of shit, and he has bad intentions. But he's going easy on this guy. Not going easy on Denims, Frogan, Casey Tron, Noah, many others, right? Has the eyes for lawsuits when it comes to all of them.
Okay, nice. So he's pointing out that Ethan is a bully, the exact same thing that he said in his current apology.
And that was my reason for showing it. But I was like, after reflecting a little bit more, I'm like, ugh, like I do not want to roll around this pig shit, and I also don't want to. It's not within my principles to put that online, Like, I don't want to spread that because it's just negative and it's not true. I don't believe it. And yeah, it just it didn't feel right. So that's why I'm like, trying to take a step back from the Scorched Legume stuff and not really, not roll around in the pig shit. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I think if you're being fair, maybe, okay, and you're buying in that this is a legitimate change of heart that Ethan's had, maybe the only thing you can point out is that he's not saying the line of, I was attacking Ethan's kids, which nobody but Ethan has actually been pushing during this, right? That's obviously like an Ethan talking about just going in there to be able to, kind of, I guess, coddle him, or, kind of address his feelings, or let's be fucking real, okay? His like made up narrative for why it's different when Idubbbz does it because he's met his kids or whatever the fuck, you know? Maybe that's the one difference you can point out here. I think this is a fine apology. And in terms of like the general tone that he's aiming at, it's kind of indistinguishable, right?
Sorry to Ethan and Ethan's family for
Oh wait, hold on. Have I paused Andy there?
Ethan and I'm sorry. I'm sorry to Ethan and Ethan's family for
I retract everything that I just said. I'm a complete fucking retard, and I should have watched the entire apology before opening my stupid fucking mouth. He literally apologizes to Ethan's family in the first apology. What? Okay. Holy fuck. That is the best pause Andy I have ever fucking done. Holy shit, he apologizes directly to Ethan's family in the first apology. Yeah, okay. I'm getting more and more confident in my take as the fucking minutes go by here.
For putting that nasty Destiny comment out there. I felt like it was an okay thing to do based on, you know, the point I was making, but gross shit shouldn't be spread like that. It's hard, man. It's hard because they fucking, you know, they chat shit all the time, and it's like, oh, how do I engage? Well, I have to be nasty back. And, you know, it's tough. It's tough. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to try. I mean, from what I've seen, it seems like their podcast has slowed down with the specific harassment, publicized harassment, intentional harassment against.
Okay, and then we get into somewhat irrelevant stuff, okay? I'm just going to say that maybe the apology now is a little bit better because it's like self-contained.
Hello,
and it's put out
everyone.
as a video. That was never Ethan's complaint, though. And on the things that he hits, the only thing that he didn't say was that he was weaponizing Ethan's children against him, but he still gave a direct apology to Ethan's family in general. I'm just not going to say that there's a meaningful, significant difference here, and people who pretend to are, like, fucking lying. They're, like, going for these gay little technicalities that obviously nobody cares about holistically. This is a fine apology. This is a totally fine apology. And there's a reason why everyone thought it was legitimate at the time, right? Because it is a decent apology. But obviously, Ethan pretends that it's not, so he moves over it, and so everybody else is going to, right? Ethan's feelings have been hurt, and they are still hurt, and so he's going to pretend that, you know, he never accepted the apology. But this one is totally different. We should start doing that. We should start doing that. If people start saying that the new apology is, like, meaningfully, like, significantly different, just ask them. What was different? What was better this time? Because, hey, Ethan will talk about it on the podcast at some point and try and spin some yarn about what the big difference is between these. Oh, how's it going, Jellystar? Ethan's in his feels right now. Ethan's always in his fucking feels, man. Ethan's always in his fucking feels. That is just the podcast. If you're a regular fan and watcher of the H3 podcast, literally the only thing you're watching that for is Ethan's feelings. Because there's no content to be fucking gained, is there? Let's be fucking real. Okay. Yeah, this person's just a fucking retard. Anything? Anything? Oh my god. Yeah. The one thing that I've seen again and again and again. Nothing will ever be good enough for you snarkers. Nothing will ever be good enough for you snarkers. Completely ignores the timeline of events being pointed out and the rationalization, you know, the mind read of Ethan that happened, that people are doing, right? Just ignore all of that, blow straight past it. Nothing will ever be good enough for you. No. No. What do you mean? Idubbbz has issued an apology. I think it's about time for Ethan to issue an apology. No. Ethan has still got active lawsuits against people. He's not disavowed any of this fucking behavior. Ethan is still the exact same person that he was yesterday, okay? None of that has changed at all. But these people who call me out and say that nothing's good enough for you, so you'll be applauding Idubbbz for his sincere change of heart, right? I won't be applauding him for doing the right thing. Okay, nice. Neither will I. Let's move on. Oh my god. Yeah, and then there's certain people who just don't realize that Idubbbz apologized the first time. I don't know if these are Kino Casino viewers or just general people who are just not that plugged into any of this stuff, but people don't realize that Idubbbz apologized the first time. You've still got people who don't realize that Idubbbz disavowed it at the time and disagreed with it, so I don't get why it's unpopular. I don't even like Ethan, but Ian defamed him and deserves a lawsuit, morally speaking. Yep. And then you go down. What about everything else Idubbbz himself has said about Ethan? Okay, right. So you accept that he didn't defame him in this instance. Nice. We've got to it. Fantastic stuff. Oh, okay. Is there anything else interesting? I think there might be a follow-up from me in here, but has this been fucking lost in the dross? No, it's still at the top. Okay, nice. Ultimately, this proves what a few people have been saying for a year now. Ethan wouldn't be as litigious if he didn't get blanket support. The social precedent against petty lawsuits may never have been destroyed, and we may never have gambled with fair use. It's just, I don't know, like, unobjectionably true. I challenge anybody to disagree with that at all, you know? This is because of social pressure. It is because Durio's turned against him, Papa Guts turned against him, Kino Casino's turned against him, and now Most Critical's getting into the mix as well. If this had happened at the time with the original copyright lawsuits, it would have played out. The last 2 years would have played out very, very differently, right? Very, very fucking differently. But there we are. Oh, I thought Dicky had a day job, but seems like he spends his time on X arguing with strangers. I posted this a couple hours ago, right? 8 p.m. Chill out. Hey. Let's have a gander at what some other people have been saying, though, alright? I've got my response in there. Let's have a look at what other people have been saying. So Mike from PA had a clip that's been going around, okay? Mike from PA is annoyed with Idubbbz's new apology to Ethan Klein. Just consistently the most fucking annoying person on the internet.
Just because...
I'll say, okay? Hassan is unfortunately, and I hate to say it because I don't like Hassan is overhated. Alright? Or people hate him for fucking retarded reasons that don't really make sense. And it lets him escape the actual fucking criticism when people want to try and make it. Alright? Because people hate him for stupid reasons. Denims is now the queen of fair use. We love Denims here. We will forgive Denims for the comments that she made about CPS, which were incredibly fucking retarded at the time. Okay? We will forgive Denims for what she said about child psychology. There were other takes that Denims gave that I fucking molded at not too long ago. But anyway, all of that is gone, okay? The slate is wiped clean, and we love Denims now. Mike from PA, on the other hand, alright, is the only Hassan Orbiter that I will never forgive. I will never like this guy. There's just something about his affect that gets under my skin. I don't know, he's just not likable. That's the truth of it, okay? Denims, there's a little bit there to redeem. You know, Hassan, he can be funny sometimes. Mike from PA, every clip that I have of him makes me dislike him more and more.
Because I don't like Ethan, I think...
Never give Uma Paluma either. I literally don't even know who that guy is. I think I brought him up on a couple streams ago, and I was literally calling him Oompa Loompa for like half an hour. I don't know who that guy is. Super active on Twitter, and that's the only thing that I know him from.
I think it's wrong to find an attack vector that is his kids. It's
okay. You're not attacking him for like I get that he's doing an apology because maybe he feels bad, but you weren't doing an attack vector on Ethan Klein's kids. You weren't. You were showing his hypocrisy. He doesn't care about defamation. He doesn't care about copyright. He cares about attacking the enemies of Israel and the friends of Hassan Piker. That's what it's about. It's not about... No one was legitimately thinking that you were saying that. You were saying, notice how he doesn't care about defamation when it comes from a pro-Israeli source. Notice how he doesn't give a shit about defamation when it comes from Destiny. And Destiny fucking giggled when he reacted to Ethan Klein talking about it because he knows it's true. Does anybody have a link to that? Someone find me a link of Destiny reacting to Ethan saying they didn't have any of this sue Destiny about?
No, I just because...
Now, to be fair, I mean, he does couch it at the start with, listen, you know, maybe he does feel bad and maybe he's apologizing. Just, I don't know. Maybe I just find Mike from PA generally grating because I've maybe just said similar stuff when I went through the apology. Maybe the full context would exculpate him, all right? But I've just got a memory of watching this like a couple hours ago, and just being like, okay, this fucking guy. This fucking guy. Alright, let's go through, because I know that other people have had takes on this as well. I saw Kilo, I saw, Big Bungie got involved as well. Okay. Hassan Arby Productions, just a lot of people fucking clipping. Alright. Idubbbz is full stop gonna get false accusations from Anissa when she gets bored, and nobody's gonna defend him, because he kind of deserves it. I didn't even see this earlier. I've seen this exact fucking tweet from Tectone 2 hours later. No fucking way that Tectone just stole this tweet from somebody else. I thought that Tectone was obsessed with rape. I can't lie. I thought that was what was fucking motivating this when I first saw it. When Ian leaves Anissa, the allegations that she'll drop on him are going to be nuclear. And he will feel the pain of egging on false allegations like he himself has done for years. I'm surprised that I'm not blocked by Tectone, because I know that he's incredibly block happy. But yeah, why does this guy bring up allegations in every drama? It's like all he thinks about is rape. Which is true! Which is true! Which is absolutely fucking true. He does constantly bring up fucking rape allegations, although maybe in this instance, his problem isn't being obsessed with rape. His problem is fucking plagiarism. Denol tried to get involved in this as well. You should be excited. Snark to death. Winning. It's not interesting. It's not interesting at all. When somebody's got snarked to the point that they're... I don't fucking know. It's like that Black Mirror episode where that guy gets, like the little, his mind gets extracted and put in a simulation of the North Pole. And then it's like... The fucking Christmas song. That's playing over and over and over and over and over again for like 1 billion fucking years. Tectone is stuck in that right now. Okay? Tectone is stuck in that. And we need to fucking pull him out. Please, can we pull him out? He's got to do something else. He's got to rape somebody else. He's got more to give to the world. I'm telling you. He's got a lot more content than that to give to the world. But he's constantly just going over and over rape. White Christmas. Yeah, White Christmas by Wham, I think. That's the fucking song that I'm thinking of. Fuck me. Yeah. Okay. You should be excited. Snarked to death. Winning! The court snarked him to death. I'm not taking credit for that. Yeah, the court did the work for us, to be honest. All right, we can't take the credit for that. W. No, that's the episode name. Oh, fuck you. Never mind then. I can't remember. All right. Yeah, here we are. Kilotonics. Kilotonics weighed in as well. No hate for Idubbbz for doing what he needs to avoid financial hardship. But it's unfortunate that Ethan is demonstrating for everybody that abusing legal and support systems to bully your enemies into silence is simply a winning tactic that there are few defenses for. I mean, yeah, that's totally fucking true, right? It is, okay. Lawsuit meta is the strongest fucking meta, you know? If you spent your YouTube career grinding to be able to get enough fucking dollars in the bank, yeah, it is just like, it's an undeflectable fucking move. There are no iframes for that ability, okay? But that's the reason why you've got some kind of social precedent. That's there to be able to punish, you know, using the lawsuit maneuver. Kilo is just right. Kilo's just right. But that's the reason why you need, like, a social precedent against this stuff, which has been sorely fucking lacking over this stuff. You know? Or over the last 2 years. Balance patch when? The reality is, Reinhard, YouTube is just not nearly as cohesive a community as it used to be. You know? The internet in general is just not that cohesive. Everybody has got super fucking mind raped by politics, and they can't put their differences aside. You know? Like, I would say that I engage with politics in a healthy way, and also still maintain friendships with people that I politically disagree with, right? Remnant, for example. A lot of the drama that he gets into is squarely political. He's going against somebody like Anthony Gramigula. He's a fucking Christian nationalist, alright? Me and him have had arguments about politics before, but I'm still happy fucking bandying about with him or whatever the fuck. Like, hanging out with him or, like, staying fucking friendly. You know? But the way that politics works at large, it's just totally raped these people's brains. And unfortunately, the biggest divide that you can see isn't even left and right. It's like far left and center-left liberal somehow over Israel-Palestine. That has been what has actually destroyed people. Somehow Israel-Palestine, as a political topic, has done more damage to the online landscape than Trump winning ever did. It's insane, but it's totally infected people, okay? And so you don't have nearly as cohesive a community. People can't see eye to eye anymore. And so the precedent is now largely gone. And I'm maybe a little bit more doomer than other people are, but I don't know if the precedent is coming back. That's it. You know? I think the social precedent against lawsuits is probably just gone for a lot of people. The only hope that I have left is that Ethan Klein was an anomaly. CPS Skulls was such a good tagline that people would justify anything, and it's just not going to work again for other things, you know? Unless somebody else has got CPS Skulls that they can say again, like a similar example to that. Maybe it can work again, but I don't know. That's my only hope for the social precedent not being fixed. Because you're not going to form a cohesive consensus around this stuff again. You know? You're just not going to. We'll see how it plays out, though, in the last couple of years, but yeah. Yeah. Hassan ruined the internet, that's why he ain't hated enough. I don't think Hassan was the problem in all of that. Alright? He was just a player in the fucking game. It's bigger than that. Was CPS Skull the original Lego bricks? I'm trying to think of a good comparison to CPS Skulls that's not just the October 7th joke that I've made 1,000 times over. Sure, I guess. Alright, Felted Imp. Just giving out the fucking, wait, what's this? Anissa Jomhar tweeted about this stuff? Let's go. Okay. Please do not apply US laws to the Canadian courts. Canada's legal system encourages genuine self-reflection and earnest apologies. Please trust that what is being done is what feels right. Ian's apology was not done to avoid the lawsuit. It was done because he felt like it was something he wanted to do for himself. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we should, okay, yeah, okay. Are you really telling me that Canada's legal system doesn't give a fuck about apologies and retractions in public? I think it does, in fact. I think it does. I can understand it being what feels right, and to be fair, I've already said, okay? I've already said that, you know, Idubbbz' apology that he gave this time was pretty similar to the one that he gave the first time, alright? But the first one was given in response to Ethan Klein sending him a cease and desist, and this one has been done in response to, you know, Ethan saying that he'd be willing to consider another apology after getting clowned on by Charlie, right? Ian might legitimately feel like that. Unfortunately, it's impossible to fucking tell, alright? Because lawsuits have got in the mix. I am legitimately, okay, on this topic, I'm totally fucking fair, alright? Ethan accepting the apology is not genuine. That was done out of fear for that was done out of fear for Charlie coming after him and public backlash. And Idubbbz' apology, that probably wasn't also totally sincere, okay? Fair on both sides. Everybody's completely insincere. I'm not cynical. What do you mean I'm cynical? Anissa just needs to shut the fuck up already. Yeah, I don't know. I literally don't even know who Anissa was responding to either. You know? I literally don't know who she's doing it to. Maybe she's being there as like a good partner to reinforce the apology, to help him maybe avoid a little bit of scrutiny in the future. I'm actually not sure, because I'm pretty sure that after this, Idubbbz and Anissa are just not going to want to talk about H3 again. You know? They're probably going to try to stay away from some of that stuff. Anissa does go in to like fight in a way that Ian doesn't really. You know? So I could see her returning to the fucking piggy trough to slop around for a little bit, but I don't really know. Anissa just inserts herself into the situation. I mean, to be fair, she is his wife. I feel like that's fair enough. She's kind of involved in a lot of this stuff, you know? I don't know. Did you see how Casino did the double turn because she couldn't keep her mouth shut? I did see that. In fact, I covered that when it happened. Yeah. Totally fucking retarded, and then you know, disable the fucking replies. That wasn't Anissa's fault, okay? That wasn't her not being able to shut her mouth or whatever. That was PPP being insanely fucking paranoid and sensitive to his feelings being hurt after Anissa the Greasy comes in and starts clowning on him and disagreeing with him, right? It was an ego thing, in my opinion. He just couldn't fucking take somebody else doing it to him. That's it. Well, Jake Chinatown. Never apologize to somebody you don't respect. Yeah, did we have that opinion with Casey Tron? I just don't know. I don't know. I think there might be something. It's a legitimate instance of, like, people considering men and women in different ways. There are ways that this disadvantages women, all right? 100%. But given the fact we're in Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, yeah, I think that it probably is, like, a guy thing, you know? You see a guy apologizing, and it looks like, oh, he's bending the fucking knee. He's totally bitching out, dude. What a fucking pussy. He's got a fucking lawsuit bearing down on him, you know? A little bit of sympathy. Just a little bit of sympathy. Maybe, you know? Maybe it's time to, like, not shame him when he's actually got a lawsuit currently pending in Canada against him. Just maybe just a little bit, you know? Oh, man. Oh, in comes Big Bungie, the exact same shit. He's such a spineless loser. He has proven the efficacy of big malicious YouTubers abusing a nation's latch speech laws to shut down mockery/criticism. I don't want to give the fucking... Dude, the efficacy, okay? The efficacy of abusing the nation's speech laws, like England's, like Canada's, right? The efficacy was always there. People always knew the efficacy, okay? Now, in terms of breaching the precedent, and you get this retarded response where people go like, oh, people always knew they could sue. People always knew they could sue. But no, actually, in this instance, people always knew the efficacy of this shit, right? People always knew the fucking efficacy. I don't think that what Idubbbz has meaningfully fucked over anybody. People know that the UK and Canada and, you know, Commonwealth nations don't have the same kind of protections that the United States does. Nothing's been shown here. Nothing's been shown. Maybe if you had to argue, the biggest, the closest I could get to, like this take, is maybe saying that he's proven that that it's effective, right? That you can file a lawsuit against somebody, and they will just back down. It proves the efficacy of the fucking lawsuit matter. Maybe, but again, that was already known as that was always known as well. And I don't shame Idubbbz for capitulating when, again, it would cost him a fuck ton to be able to combat this lawsuit. You know? Yeah. I never learned empathy. W. Expected Bungie response, not gonna lie. I don't know. Learn empathy, okay? Who's this? Who's this? Okay. Okay. I'm genuinely surprised, Ethan's Attic says. I'm genuinely surprised. Ethan Klein seems to be dropping his lawsuit against Idubbbz after Idubbbz released an apology video earlier today. I would also be surprised, yeah, if you don't account for the fact that Ethan is massively reliant on other people supporting him, right? Like, what did there was a clip that went around from me the other day talking about Ethan. He is a lolcow. He's incredibly sensitive, and as much as he says that he doesn't give a fuck what other people say, and he's going to do what he does in support of his kids, he can say that, but it's obviously not fucking true, is it? Like, Ethan is lying and showboating, puffing out his fucking chest when he says that shit. He obviously cares what other creators in the space say. That's the reason why he's retracted this apology. Or sorry, retracted the lawsuit. You know? That's the reason why. Why was anyone surprised? Yeah. I don't know. Listen, it's good news. It's legitimately good news. But when you start to put all the pieces together, it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's kind of obvious, you know? It's kind of obvious. It's okay to silence people who are falsely insinuating you of crimes, especially ones like molesting your own children. Go fuck yourself, Ian. Bear in mind, okay, all of these people arguing that the social precedent against lawsuits may have been broken, but people knew they could sue anyway. Well, actually, the standard being created is if you go against somebody's kids, that's when you can sue. Actually, the standard being created is... No. Okay? No. Because this is how the standard is going to be used, okay? By Tectone right here. She's showing you in 4K how the standard is going to be used. Tectone, infamous, I guess I need to say alleged oral rapist, right? Went to court, they found there was reasonable grounds. right? He's got allegations from 2 ex-partners at this point. This is how the precedent is going to be used. Tectone has bloviated for a long time about how, like, I don't need US money. I don't need cancel culture money, all right? My sponsors, they're in Asia. I'm never getting rid of those. Let's say that's true. Let's grant that for a second. That Tectone is not lying about how wealthy he is. He is. He's been around as a streamer for a long fucking time. I would guarantee he is probably a millionaire. If he wanted to go on an Ethan arc and start bandying about lawsuits, he could absolutely do it. He could absolutely do it. And what could you say in return? You have to then argue about the Tectone drama, about whether he is a rapist or isn't a rapist, which means that Tectone will always have a community that will support him going after people with these lawsuits. He won't lose any support. I think people need to realize, okay, the reason why a social precedent is useful is because even if people think that somebody has been, I don't know, maybe even legitimately defamed in some kind of like online discourse, all right? That's their creator, that's who they like, and they believe the allegations are false, all right? Even those people should be looking at them and thinking, nah, no, you don't sue over this stuff. Not in the wider sphere. If you want to go out against somebody making the initial allegation, you know what? Fuck it. You do you. If Tectone wants to go after Pinky with a lawsuit, in my opinion, even though I believe Pinky, that's fair play. Turkey Tom wants to go after Sacramento, that's fair game as well. But going after other people in the general sphere who are repeating these claims, maybe believing them, right? The idea that you've got carte blanche to go against those people and your audience is going to support you the entire way, that is what the social precedent is there to stop, right? That's what the social precedent is there to stop. If you're for lawsuits when you think that they are legitimate, somebody's actually been, are actually innocent of the allegations, then you don't have a standard at all. You don't have a standard at all. Somebody's community is never going to turn against them when they start suing somebody, because they're obviously not going to support somebody they think is a rapist, right? They're obviously going to think that their streamer is an innocent good guy. But, yeah. This is who you're building. This is who you're breaking the social precedent for, by the way. People like Tectone. That's who you're building it for. Next time that a Tectone happens, a Tectone situation, a figure like Tectone, who's going to stop them when they go around suing commentators or even people online for repeating or believing their allegations? You actually can't stop them because there will be no social precedent to be able to rely upon. But there we are. The concept of getting sued for showing a comment somebody else made that you've also disavowed. Yeah, I'm glad that that's entering into the fucking public consciousness that he did disavow and disagree with the statement. Slowly but surely, right? Slowly but surely. Oh. And yeah, we got his rape-obsessed statement as well. Kiwi Farms. Now, okay. Do I have the tweet that Null made at the time when he quote tweeted the Kiwi Farms when the lawsuit got announced? Because I meant to speak about this at the time, but I didn't actually end up streaming that day. Joshua Moon. He doesn't go by Null on Twitter, does he? Okay. Can somebody remind me about what of Joshua Moon's username on Twitter? Is it xJosh? Ah, here we go. Yeah. xJosh. That's the one we're going for. Alright, fantastic stuff. Okay, let me scroll down to see if I can find this stuff. Because I was literally... I was agog. I was agog at my fucking... at my timeline when I saw this cross pass it. Cross pass it. Where is this shit? Because I think I saw him... Here we are. Yeah. Okay, here we go. This is another instance where I feel like H3 suing under Canadian law is evil, but I can barely care because what Idubbbz said was effectively that H3 molested his own children. So again, it's like, wow, you both suck ass. And I think he's made statements as well. They're even stronger than this. Hengist, you got a link there? Let me double check. Okay, no, it's the same tweet. It's the same tweet. It's just totally fucking wild. If you guys don't know, I guess, okay, Joshua Moon has based his entire presence online in being the free speech guy. That's how he defends doxing happening on Kiwi farms, right? If it's not against the First Amendment, we don't moderate against it. That's why child porn gets deleted. Direct threats of violence, I guess, get deleted. You know, criminal speech, that all gets wiped away. But he will defend doxing to his dying breath and hate speech on the principle of free speech. And now he's totally ambivalent when he sees that a large creator with a lot of money has started suing people in the space. I actually don't understand how you can have this fucking sentiment. There is, can we be fucking real, foul shit on Kiwi farms. There is foul shit on Kiwi farms. People saying stuff that is, like, completely fucking abhorrent. You would never hear somebody say that shit in real life. Because if you did, you would look at them fucking sideways and never speak to them again, okay? Totally antisocial. Worse stuff than Destiny has ever said about anyone, ever, okay? So what happens when somebody is being defamed by the Kiwi farms and they decide that they want to take it down Keffel style? What defense are you going to make? Freedom of speech? Or are you going to capitulate and change your moderation standards? Because I don't think it's going to be either of those. I think Joshua Moon is going to try and argue that actually, you know, free speech is important and freedom of expression should be defended. Now, maybe you'll say, okay, maybe the argument to this is that, well, Joshua Moon is saying that he doesn't care about lawsuits towards an individual, where he would defend the Kiwi farms on the principle of being a platform. Realistically, for the precedent being set, these are irrelevant. These distinctions are irrelevant, you know? And to the people who were doing the suing at the time, they will be irrelevant. And to the people who were supporting them at the time, they will be irrelevant. So either you have the social precedent, or you don't. Either you have a motion to be able to be in support of free speech, or you don't. Dick is correction. He started drifting away from being a free speech absolutist, and he's just focusing on the protection of his forum. He's very selective about the speech he cares about nowadays. Really? If so, that's legitimately a fucking, that's legitimately disappointing. That is legitimately disappointing. I mean, it just fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. Fuck, mate. Listen, I've got disagreements with how Kiwi Farms, I guess, is, like, moderated. Doxing, obviously I'm against doxing. It's a big part of the culture over there. But it's just, the people who you would expect online to give the freedom of speech take, even they're fucking failing. It's fucking awful. It is fucking awful. Like, who realistically online could you expect to stand up and weigh into a difficult topic to say, I'm actually on the side of freedom of speech? Because I'm not going to lie, I never would have thought it would be Charlie Moist critical. Dude, describe the term turncoat, look it up in the fucking online dictionary, alright? The YouTube dictionary, and you will find an image of Charlie Moist critical. Somebody who doesn't weigh into difficult topics to take the difficult stance on it and attract a shit ton of fucking negative attention. He did not think that he was going to at the time, right? I think he even said that in his follow-up video. So if you can't rely on people like Joshua Moon to be able to stand on the side of free speech, and a lot of creators are going to be worried about the public blowback, at that point, who can you rely on? It's just insane. It's totally fucking insane. People don't care about free speech if they can silence criticism. Yeah. I mean, I guess so, right? And you understand that for Ethan Klein, right? We've made that point 1,000 times. Ethan Klein used to pretend to care about free speech. Sometimes, occasionally still does. And he's obviously, you know, shown that he doesn't care about it with his recent lawsuits. We can make that point over and over and over again. But you expect people from the outside looking in, who are kind of unrelated to the actual fact of the matter, the case, to give an impartial take that is, you know, hopefully principled in line with, or principled in line with their previous statements. But it's not happening. You know? Dick, because he had a post once where he said nobody actually cares about free speech. Everyone just wants to say what they want and then censor the speech they hate. I tried defending people I hate. Wait, what's the part 2 to that statement, Scal? What's the part 2 to that statement? I don't understand how free speech equals CSAM is cool, actually. Kiwi Farms doesn't allow CSAM on it. So that's a pedo loophole that doesn't apply here. And scale isn't posted in the second bit. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we can carry on. Let's get a few more takes here. Just because Ethan Klein dropped his lawsuit against Idubbbz, it's not going to change my mind that he tried to take advantage of a country's weak defamation laws. He is still a litigious, malicious freak. That's a W. Yep. The lesson Ethan Klein has learned here is that you can use money to humiliate whoever he wants. Yeah, I mean, he learned that a long time ago. Wait, is that what he made in relation to this? Dude, because this guy has been shaming Idubbbz for taking the fucking, taking the knee and kissing the ring, right? He learned that lesson with Caseytron. That's not a lesson that anybody needs to have fucking learned, okay? Everybody already knows that. That's why everyone says, or used to say, that the precedent was important. You know? Okay, then the spider. Ethan was facing large pushback for the lawsuit from large creators, such as Penguin Zero. True. And people need to not fucking forget that either. He's accomplished his goal, to shame and humiliate with his money, because he has no talent, personality, or charm to get by on. I actually disagree with this, okay? I will disagree with the snarkers on this point. Ethan has made fine content in the past, you know? Ethan, when he's actually locked in on making content, can make some, like, passable stuff that's relatively fucking funny. There is a reason why Ethan has lost, I'm tempted to say, 2/3 of his viewership from his peak, okay? Between his peak and currently, Ethan has lost 2/3 of his viewership in terms of who watches the podcast, you know? And there's a reason why he used to get that kind of viewership, because he did used to create content, alright? Even if you don't go back to the fucking H3 Productions days and just stay with the podcast, he used to make content. You know? He can do it. He can do it, so long as he isn't fucking on a death spiral, obsessed with hate that's directed towards him from online, you know? Just clicked in. Did Ethan actually retract his lawsuit? Is that just clickbait? That's not clickbait. That's not clickbait. Here's the key to understanding whether my titles are clickbait, okay? If there's a question mark there, it's probably not true and I'm clickbaiting you, okay? There's no question mark, 100 verified fact. You can take that to the bank. Calling a black man Blackzilla and saying he rapes and eats little white girls was fire. True, actually. True. Listen, I brought up the fucking Patrice Wilson content that he made a few years ago. That was funny. That was funny. I'm, like, pulling it up on stream to make a serious point about him, like, betraying his principles and being a total hypocrite. And I'm, like, smirking the entire time and shaking my head. No, this is awful. This is awful what he's doing to this man. It's awful what he's doing to this man. Did you see the last bit I posted it? Okay, no propaganda. Oh, right. So, yeah, Joshua Moon, to complete the full thing, had a post once where he said, nobody actually cares about free speech. Everyone wants to say what they want to say and censor the speech they hate. I tried defending people I hate, only for them to turn on me and shit on me. It sounds like he's just got jaded by people treating him badly then. Which is fucked, I guess. It's fucked. Here's the thing. It depends. It depends person to person. I think that's a sympathetic reason, alright? Because I am empathy-pilled. And despite what my face might look like, I'm not in my 30s. I never had to reach my 30s to learn empathy. But, you know, I think that could be a sympathetic reason for people to stop caring so much about the principle. But if somebody's going to completely abandon it and issue a take that goes the opposite way, right? I don't think that, like, exculpates you. That's not an excuse, right? That's not an excuse for abandoning the principle. Just, like, losing a little bit of luster, you know? Multi-millionaire Ethan Klein has agreed to end his frivolous lawsuit against a straight white man for something somebody else said after he groveled like a worm twice. Yeah, okay, bro. Are people still trying to fucking run with the idea that Ethan Klein was misogynistic and racist for the lawsuit that he was given out? I thought that was a snark narrative that people tried to run with at the time. I didn't realize that was legitimately how people fucking felt. Okay, nice. Oh, Mike from PA, let's go. Oh, dude, okay. Forget everything I said earlier. We've totally heel turned on Mike from PA. I think he dropped it because of the massive pushback he got, but I don't believe a word he says. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm always glad when the stress of a lawsuit ends, and Nian did absolutely nothing wrong. Okay, unfortunately, I want to hate him, but that's just the correct take here. We love Mike from PA. For now. Until I see another fucking clip of him, alright? We're gonna heel turn again. Oh my god! No fucking way! Who the fuck is this Elephant Bridge retard? Oh my god! All the worst people in the world. All the worst people in the world, every single time you click on their profile, followed by Dan Saltman. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how the fuck he does it. Wait, before I say that. Okay. What I'm gonna say, okay, Dan doesn't follow only the worst people in the world, but, okay, all the worst people in the world are followed by Dan Saltman, you know? It's like fingers and thumbs. All thumbs are fingers, but not all fingers are thumbs, you know? That's the route that we're taking with it now. He doesn't follow Dickers, though? No, that's the joke, Lizzie. He does follow me. Oh my god, catch up. Okay, Idubbbz is the bully. Yeah. The guy bullying him with, what? 100 live viewers versus several thousand. Yet that's the bully. Okay. Idubbbz is the bully. He literally tried to get Ethan's kids taken away from him. Literally went! This is actually, okay, people misunderstanding the drama to this degree is Ethan's fault, okay? Because when we hear it, and we hear Ethan hyperbolizing the claims, you know? Saying that Idubbbz legitimized or Idubbbz justified CPS. Idubbbz loved it when CPS came to my house. That does ring to certain people as though Idubbbz was justifying it before it happened, right? As though Ethan, or though Idubbbz was given a little bit of, like a permission structure for CPS to be called, which he never did, right? But yeah, so I'm gonna lay this at Ethan's door still. He literally tried to get Ethan's kids taken away from him, and then he tried to imply he was raping his own kids. The reframing like Idubbbz is a victim when he's the instigator is hilarious. Fuck him and his ugly fat wife. What a weird comment. And his ugly fat wife. This is either an ugly woman writing this, or a man with no friends. Shall we see which? Gonna go on media. We're gonna go on media. I'm gonna scroll down. Hold on. Brad Pitt's daughter, by the way. Lamau. Wait, what? Replying to Andrew Tate. We found out which one it is. Okay, we found out which one it is. We found out which one it is. Okay, nice. Yeah. Lonely man with no social skills. Nice, I'm glad we could identify it. Alright, let's go down a little bit more. Alright, I'm enjoying doing this, actually. Ethan Klein has dropped his defamation suit against Idubbbz after being widely mocked online. He had attempted to sue Idubbbz for showing a comment written by streamer Destiny, accusing Ethan of molesting his own children. Ah, okay, Dan Saltman again? Ah, Dan Saltman and Pisco, the testament of a true DGGer. Get your boss's dick out of your mouth for 2 seconds, Lamau. It was a very respectful thing for both Ethan and Idubbbz to do. This is how you can tell that somebody is lying. This is how you can tell that somebody is lying. They think that Idubbbz and Ethan are respectable coming out of this. I mean, I guess, to be fair, that is tact that a DGGer has to take with it, you know? Just, if we can move along and just forget that Destiny ever wrote that, I would appreciate it, okay? Let's just get out of this fucking drama neighborhood, please. He broke the #1 rule in negotiating with terrorists. You do not negotiate with terrorists. Damn. He's just like the IDF. Okay. Yeah, of course he does. Ethan Klein acts like this will repair his reputation, but he is absolutely ruined. I can't wait for him to disappear from the internet forever. Yeah, I don't know if people are expecting that. That's just not gonna fucking happen. You know? That's just not gonna fucking happen. Have I got any more replies? If there's statements of people talking about this shit that are flooding in, let me know. I feel like somebody was talking about, Papa Gut talking about this stuff earlier. So you've got a link to that as well? Feel free to send it over. Okay? Nice. Either send it over on Discord, or you can send it over on Twitter as well. Alright, okay. Do we go for this and sort some of these comments by new to get some of the fresher ones instead of relevant? Okay. The most blackpilling thing you will ever realize is that they're not lying. They actually believe this. They actually think this. I have had to contend with this a little bit, Puffy. Okay. I think I've said it. I think I've said it on several streams, right? I have to realize that these people actually believe what they're saying here. They're not lying, in fact. They're not bad faith actors. They're actually this retarded. It is insanely blackpilling to believe, you know? It's a shame. Yeah, here we go. Here's the fucking cope. I do think Oliver Tree's death also shook him emotionally, so we changed the approach here. Combination of the tragedy of a friend dying and massive backlash online. Okay. Ethan is more likable than the rest of these clowns. Alright. You people are so delusional. It's hysterical. He's grieving. That's why. This is just the common cope that I see from people who are Hassan fans. I do not believe that this is true. He's only releasing the lawsuit because he's grieving. What are we talking about? I literally don't think this is true, but okay. Right. Maybe he's feeling particularly generous. Fuck me. I don't want to even make the jokes that Oliver Tree's death led to Ethan Klein being reformed as a person. I don't want to believe that that's true. A friend of his died. He is human, you know? Wrong. He's... 100%. Ethan spent how long ranting about his harassment of Ian and Anissa? Was never going to end, and he wanted to make them suffer until they had nothing left. Now, after a YouTube titan put a critical spotlight on his behavior, he's trying to salvage his image. That is actually kind of true. It is crazy how Ethan Klein, yeah, when Idubbbz is in a weak position, and he knows that he can fucking bully him, he's like, the harassment will never end. These people need to realize, I am stalking you. I am crazy. I will never stop harassing you. And then as soon as Charlie Moist Critical makes one fucking video about him, well, if he apologizes, I'll drop the suit. Yeah, interesting. It's almost as if, I don't know, having a huge fucking creator bearing down on you is actually significantly worse than a bunch of anonymous no-name fucking Redditors. It's almost like that isn't the thing that it's been blown up to be, but okay. It was an act of charity, Lamau. Opinion disregarded, Bonga. Hold on, do we go for it? Every single time, man. Every single time. I know that Dan has got some tools to automatically block people. Do I pay Dan Saltman for the tools to block all of the people who he follows on Twitter? That might be the thing that I need to do, you know? That might be the only thing, that might be the thing that he needs to do. Okay. Obvious fucking troll. Alright. Is there anything else interesting to do with this stuff? I'm really trying to think. Oh, dude. Okay. People have seen previous segments where I just do nothing on stream but go over my own tweet and what people have said about it in response. They'll know Goob, okay? They'll know Goob, a returning antagonist in the Dickers universe. Dickers is feeling the paddle of Let's Do Thor. How does it feel to watch your champion kiss the ring, bish? Okay, Kino Casino fan. Idubbbz, hater. We've learned in the past, okay, for people who know the lore. Apparently he had a cousin who died of cancer. And so now he's got a death vendetta against Idubbbz until the end of time to be able to get back at him. Because he was very upset about how Creator Clash went. Alright? Not gonna lie, I understand the reason he did it. Easy to criticize when you're not the one facing an expensive legal battle. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Doesn't this guy follow me? What the fuck? You deadass tweet about this. And are more invested than any person on any side. Somehow, including the parties involved. You specifically, every single thread. Oh no, hold on. Wait, pardon me. He's not talking about me. He's not talking about me. He's talking about Goob. Okay, pardon me. Alright. Regius Philippin. You stay to live another day. Dick is getting one guide on Twitter. I am retarded, okay? I'll wear that on my fucking chest. I am retarded. I'm way too quick to anger. Okay. Yeah, and then Goob responds to that. Goob has thought about what I said. Not gonna lie, I understand the reason he does it. Easy to criticize when you're not the one facing an expensive legal battle. Goob says, it sure is. Luckily, I know when to not poke a bear. And mind you, okay, how big is this guy? 96 followers on Twitter. That's how big this guy is. Not even 100 followers on Twitter. Talking about, I know when to not poke the bear. Dude, shut the fuck up. Goob, you couldn't poke the bear if you wanted to, bro. And then... this guy has been put on Earth just to piss me off on Twitter. I swear to God. That's great advice. It's not advice. I'm mocking... That's great advice. And I'm going to continue to not do it because I'm not an idiot. Bro, who the fuck is going to sue Goob, aka Jack72007 on Twitter? They're not going to, are they? You're arguing with a bot? No, I'm arguing with an NPC. There's a big difference there. Alright? Okay. And I think that's about the end of it. Oh yeah, and here's Denal. Denal coming in at the same time. You will bend the knee as soon as his documents reach your council house. Bookmark this post. What do you fucking mean? I don't live in a council house. I live in a cardboard box. Get it correct, okay? You think they'd let you put up your own furnishings at a council house? You have to ask for permission for that shit, alright? There we go. Yeah. Did we go with this shit? Oh, okay. Yeah, we may as well. The very last thing, okay? The very last thing. This has nothing to do with Charlie. Ethan has been saying this for a while. You're being willfully blind. Idubbbz made this apology in response to Ethan saying, if Idubbbz apologized, I might consider dropping the lawsuit a few days ago. You can pretend Ethan said nothing new there and ignored the timeline of events, but clearly that's not true. Ethan rejected the apology, then Papa Got, Diorio, Kino Casino, etc. disavowed the lawsuit, with some of them doing a full heel turn. I'm sure Ethan asked for a second apology while responding to Charlie for no reason at all, though.
Okay, buddy, get back to Discord.
Why don't you just engage with the point? I don't understand it. I literally don't understand it. Because it's not even like I was effort posting there like I wasn't in the original post.
He was just being a silly guy.
Yo.
Cool shirt, bro. Where did you get it?
I stole it from a gay club. Thank you very much. Will is me. Listen, dude, unironically, forget the, like, the vintage shops, like, secondhand and stuff like that, you know, upselling, whatever the fuck. Just literally go to a gay club at the end of the night, look in the lost and found, and just, you know, fill your fucking boots. You know? Fill your fucking boots. But anyway, okay.
Okay, buddy. Let's get you back to Discord.
I wish you could say H3 Productions aren't sending their best, but I think they are. I'd say the same about the employment office. And before I get to my response here, okay? Can anybody guess for me? Just guess how many tweets this guy has fucking got. Just guess for me. How many posts this guy has got in his timeline. We can't have it, okay? New rule, in fact, okay? While we're setting precedents, rule 1, no lawsuits, alright? Rule 2, if you have got over 1,000 tweets, you can't call anybody else unemployed. In fact, if you're tweeting and responding to some drama shitter talking about drama, you can't say shit about employment, alright? You're not allowed to. It's against the rules. 28k, 6k, 2K, 6 million, 7. 29.6 thousand tweets! How long is his account? How old is his account? Oh, 2011. Holy shit. This guy's been unemployed for a while. I mean, it kind of makes sense when you think about it. He's literally got a fucking headband in his profile picture. Actually, I've just realized now, I'm mocking a guy with a terminal fucking brain injury. Literally got a bandage on his profile picture. Shame. Shame. Okay, there we are. Fantastic stuff. That's me going over Twitter and molding over people who are disagreeing with me. Right? Fantastic stuff. Great. And there was a brand new one. Okay.
Almost like Ethan genuinely hates Ian or something.
Why are you sounding like you disagree with me? You're agreeing with me! Fuck me. But this is what I'm predicting, okay? And this is why I wanted to get the tweet in there early. Because people are going to try and claim, like, this is some kind of magnanimous action that Ethan has done. It's a little bit of charity to poor Idubbbz. It's not. It's not at all, you know? Totally self-interested. You can't say anything else. But, there we are. Wait. Lizzie, did you pop something in the inbox about Papa Gut? Ooh, no fucking way, man. This is the only reaction I've seen that's kind of wild. Let's have a look. From Clipping Wings, the Vanguard Pod. Now, I've seen these guys a couple times, okay? They usually talk about, Israel-Palestine, and you can probably tell by the title, there's some kind of far-left communist people, right? Vanguard Party, Marxism-Leninism, right? But these guys are fucking obsessed with Israel-Palestine, and that's the only reason they're talking about Ethan and Idubbbz. It seems like they are truly, like, I would say, like the idea that a lot of drama people have in their mind about people in the Hassan verse who are total tourists in drama. These guys are like a walking, breathing stereotype of that. The Vanguard Pod crashes out over Idubbbz apologies to Ethan Klein. Let's go.
But the fact that Ethan Klein, being a rich asshole in a Bel Air mansion, can just pick and choose broadcasters to humiliate themselves and forfeit what is 100% protected speech. This is protected speech. The only thing...
Is it? How are you so fucking confident? I don't get it. I actually don't get it. I don't think you will find... I don't think you'll find a single clip of me saying that definitively this lawsuit is not going to go through, right? You won't find a single clip of me, I don't think, saying 100% this is totally frivolous, right? I might say that it's not legitimate, right? There's not actually something to be concerned about here. I might say that Ethan's not supposed to be doing this. I just don't know how people are so confidently talking about Canadian or UK laws for that matter and saying that there's absolutely nothing to this lawsuit. There might be something to this lawsuit. UK law is fucking crazy.
That this guy should be saying is suck my fucking cock, Ethan, you pedo. I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I'll say whatever the fuck I want about you. I'll rebroadcast anything I fucking want to because I'm a grown fucking man and I'm entitled to say whatever the fuck I want. Fuck you and your shit-eating children, Ethan Klein. That's my opinion. Go ahead. Fuck you. I would never get on my knees and suck your cock. And I know how fucking easy it is to sit back here and say that shit, but I will go right back to the bar and shake martinis for people before I ever kiss this motherfucker's ass. I am so sorry this guy has to humiliate himself like this. I don't know what his financial circumstance is, but I'm feeling bad for this guy.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree with you. And it is easier.
I mean, you can say that you're feeling bad for him, but you're fucking shaming him at the same time. Did people do this shit with Casey Tron? I don't think they did. And I don't think the fact that it's a legal settlement changes anything for it. I will give, okay, the incel take. This is 110% because Idubbbz is a man, and so it's seen as more shameful for him to fucking bend the knee. It's actually not, okay? It's actually fucking not. Idubbbz is staring down the fucking, the barrel of a fucking lawsuit. I don't know. Have a little bit of fucking understanding for the guy, you know? Chill on him. Why are you fucking shaming him for doing this? Ethan Klein is insanely litigious, and he has got more resources than Idubbbz will ever have to be able to pursue this lawsuit. It's not a fucking enviable position, man.
Said than done. Like, it is easy to sit here and be like, I would never fucking apologize to Ethan no matter what. I take the same stance. I agree. I would also never put myself through this humiliation ritual, but I'm also glad that I don't find myself in the position where I actually have to make that decision, obviously, as Idubbbz has.
That
just in
was-
case
I don't know. I literally, it's only gonna come back and bite you on the fucking ass, because I guarantee these guys say fucking wild shit, and they do intentionally, in my opinion, try and poke the fucking bear. This clip will come back to bite you on the fucking ass. You absolutely fucking would. What are you talking about? These guys run a relatively small show from what I'm aware of. If they were staring down the barrel of a fucking lawsuit, they would probably also say something like this. Right? They would also issue a fucking apology. They just would.
An irresponsible and reckless thing to do, especially for parents. Like there are many parents with kids out there who do not want to see that shit, and it's painful. And I'm sure it was.
And if he was just talking about some like wholesome guy who he disagreed with on politics, yeah, I would agree it's a low blow to bring up these accusations, even if it's in a joking way. Like I don't just go around accusing people of fucking being pedophiles that I disagree with. But I do think it's pretty unfortunate that given Ethan's own track record, it's not like this is some wholesome, clean guy who's never made edgy jokes himself, has never accused other people of disgusting acts. Like we covered it over and over again, but he repeatedly said that Taylor Lorenz is a pedophile for having conversations with children for.
Oh, that's true. I didn't even remember that fucking example. Yeah, Patrice Wilson. Dan, the fucking CEO of Twitch, Taylor Lorenz, the list is building up.
Journalism piece she was working on concerning Roblox, right? Nothing ever inappropriate happened. She was never accused of anything bad or inappropriate. But Ethan over and over again accused her of pedophilia. So it's not like Ethan is even remotely above this behavior. That was like several months ago that went down. But here Ian is having to be like, this is bad, never do it. And it just comes off as like, come on, man. Ethan is guilty of this exact behavior himself, and you can't even call it out.
Oh, totally. This is from the pedo troll himself, right? I mean, this is the man who has made all kinds of unconscionable jokes himself about having sex with minors. It hurts, bro. You did nothing wrong. And that's what if Idubbbz, I think Idubbbz follows us on Twitter. If you ever come across this video, dog, like being for real, like do not ever let these motherfuckers gaslight you or manipulate you into believing that you did anything wrong. Ethan deserves everything that's come to him and 1,000 times more than that, right?
Okay. Right, there we are. I literally don't get the fucking energy. I just don't get the fucking energy for it at all. I don't. I just, you can disagree with certain things that he's saying there. Obviously, in terms of giving criticism. I think I even said that, Mike from PA's take was totally fair on this. But I just don't get the fucking energy to be able to go after Idubbbz like this at all, The reality is that all these people want Ethan to lose. Ian's victory would be their victory by proxy. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could say that. What, are people getting a little bit fired up over the Denim's loss? And so they're kind of baying for blood over the next Ethan Klein court loss? Yeah, listen, I can't lie and say that I wasn't looking for the same shit as well when I heard that this lawsuit was coming up. If Ethan Klein lost, that would have been an absolute fucking keynote. Because I think in Canada, if you lose a lawsuit like that, if it's anything like the UK, and if I understand the UK laws correctly, you would have to pay Idubbbz's legal costs. But again, in the meantime, to have that kind of liquidity to be able to pay those court costs in the meantime, that's still a big fucking chunk of change. It's not money that I have fucking laying about. I don't know if Idubbbz does. Presumably not, given the fact that he had to sell his fucking house. Because this has been the cope, and Ethan Klein has tried to perpetuate this as well. Oh well, Idubbbz is a very successful creator, actually. Yeah. From his time online, he's got a huge fucking war chest to be able to fight this stuff. I don't think he does. He sold his house pretty fucking quickly for below market rate, if Caleb Hammer is to be believed. Which is maybe a big if, but in any case, yeah. I mean, Noah Sampson is gonna be a weak case too. They just need to be patient, lol. Oh, you mean from Ethan's side? Yeah, in my opinion, from having looked over that, it does seem like Ethan has got a weak case there as well. But only time will fucking tell, I guess. Have to wait and see. Yeah. So when Ian concedes, they lose by proxy as well. Yeah, I mean, I can see it. I can see that kind of shit. I can see it. But, Don't trust Vanguard. They are the same as H3, pro-Pally, but spend more time attacking pro-Pally voices. I think you mean anti-Pally voices, right? But, yeah, I don't know. Obviously, these guys come at this entire issue with a kind of cultural or political view in mind, And that's why they're disagreeing on it. Okay. Nice, fantastic. Wait, hold on, let's go! Dude, Sleepy with another fucking banger. This is a really fucking good point. I think, did I make this shit? I think I made this point at the same time when I was reacting to the lawsuits. He's saying, I don't want to do this stuff. I don't want to do this stuff, okay? But these people are coming after my kids. Noah Sampson? Anybody?
H3 did come out and they go, "Hi, Ian. I appreciate the thoughtful apology. It means a lot. I've instructed my attorneys to drop the lawsuit entirely." So it is good. It is awesome. I'm happy that the lawsuit's being dropped, but I would like to see the other lawsuits drop too. And I don't think that Noah Sampson has anything to apologize for. I think I look at what Noah Sampson said. Noah Sampson didn't reference your kids. Okay, there's no family shit here. The Denims lawsuit, again, we know that that was a transformative video. Casey Tron and Frogan, I mean, those are done, but drop the Frogan one. At this point, what are you gaining? You're digging a fucking grave for your reputation when you do these lawsuits. And even if functionally you're in the right when the Casey Tron and the Frogan lawsuit, even if, yes, they did abuse your cock.
I wouldn't even give that concession on the Frogan stuff, to be honest. Like, I think a lot of people have just accepted that Frogan, yeah, probably, you know, wasn't given a fair react. I think people are basing that off the fact that at one point in the reaction, she stands up and walks away for like a couple of minutes to go and piss or something. I don't think on a holistic fair use analysis, whether that would actually be that meaningful, right? I think it would just be considered exactly the same as Frogan sitting there silently for 2 minutes, right? So I wouldn't even concede on the Frogan thing. That went to default judgment because she didn't enter a response in court.
Copyright. You do look like a litigious freak. And if you want to, in some way, improve your reputation, it would be... I think it would go a long way for a lot of people if he dropped the Frogan lawsuit, if he dropped the Denims lawsuit, if he dropped the Noah Sampson lawsuit. But only time will tell. I don't imagine that that's going to happen, frankly. He doesn't seem like that type of guy. I am very curious to see what H3 has to say on the podcast about this apology.
Yeah, so am I. So am I. Because I want Ethan to explain in gratuitous detail exactly what the difference was between this apology and the one previously, okay? The only thing I can say is maybe this was a little bit more kind of, I don't know, it was a little bit more compressed. Ian knew exactly what he was going to say. It's a dedicated video instead of a stream. If that's literally just it, not the content of the apology, but like the medium that it's in, I don't think people are going to buy that. People are not going to run around with that cope, surely. Frogan was watching it sped up, so you can't know how much he actually extended the runtime by 2. Wait, really? Okay, I didn't even realize that. Fuck, it's just impossible because Frogan is such a teeny tiny shitter that nobody reposted her reaction on like a fan channel. And she deleted her original reaction as well. So I don't even know where I would need to go to be able to track down a copy of that. But, there we are. Okay. Mike from PA. Vanguard Boys. Yeah, we've covered all that stuff. Okay. Let's go and have a gander at what Papa Gut has said about this. Now, Papa Gut, okay? Papa Gut's our boy on this. We might have disagreed with him in the past about Cameron F305, about basically all of Ethan Klein drama, and maybe a little bit of Hassan as well. But Papa Gut had the correct take about the Idubbbz lawsuit. So, let's go and have a gander. And let's go and see. Maybe Papa Gut's got the correct take on this as well. A little bit of sympathy for Idubbbz. Let's go.
Wow, incredible. All right, let's get going. All right, guys, look, Idubbbz apologized. And then I think Ethan said, hey, thanks for the apology. I'm not going to sue you anymore. So I guess everybody wins. That's how I'm looking at it. Ethan realized that he looked really bad optically, and this is his best out. And Idubbbz realized that, I don't know if he can realize anything with what's going on with this face, but you know what? This is a good move forward. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Idubbbz can turn this into something, start streaming and not obsessing about Ethan Klein. There's so many things to talk about. Like the Papa Gut stickers that are now available in this, now available in the description. $10 for a sticker book looks pretty good. You can get one of these. Look at that twerking bus. Incredible. But there's a lot of stuff to talk about. Dude, like what Idubbbz really should do is like if he is interested, I mean, go watch, go look at other people's stuff and see what they're talking about. There's plenty of shit that you could talk about that's like not super terminally online. That's like fun. You know, you guys get too wrapped up in the commentary. Go do something like that, but whatever. I don't care. Anyway, you guys know the drill. $2 a month, small gut. What?
Okay. Nice. Actually, that's a perfect segue for me. Hold on. We've got 100 people watching over on YouTube. We have got a certain amount of people watching over on Kick as well. I would hugely appreciate it if you would like the stream over on YouTube, okay? Crucially important. Crucially important. We've only got 25 people who've liked over on YouTube, which means there are only over 75 people who have not liked the stream. So I'd hugely appreciate it if you go ahead and like the stream. You could also send a super chat, super sticker. You can buy a membership to the channel. You can gift a membership to the channel as well. And over on Kick, you can buy and gift a sub. Hugely appreciate it. Couldn't do it without your generous support. Thank you very much. Hugely appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay.
Let's go.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I'm going to be talking about a very important and heavy topic for me.
It's me. He's talking about me. I wonder how this, what this does for your relationship with your wife. I don't mean to be rude, but I just kind of, I hope she doesn't look down on you for this. I feel like, you know, it's tough as a man when you're kind of at a point in your life where you're like uninspiring. And I'm really not trying to like tear this guy apart.
What?
I mean that truthfully. But I mean, you have nothing going on at all. You don't really work. I would be like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not a partner somebody wants. All I'm saying is that you could get your shit together. You could start doing.
Fuck me, man. This shit goes fucking personal as soon as we get into it.
Something a little more productive. You could start fucking doing actual proper reacts. You know what I mean? Like, get your shit together. This isn't just about money, Ian. This is about you not being a fucking waste of space around the house. You know, not being miserable. Go do something. Inspire yourself. Go to the gym. Go to the gym. Go to the gym, dude. Go work a job. You could do reaction.
I mean, I just, dude, this is like more Pegasus saying the exact same thing. I don't think Papa Gut's the messenger for this one.
Streams. You could stream for 3 or 4 hours a day like I do and just like watch a fucking interesting video. Look at this. The rise of online cruelty. This video about Otterly Noah. I don't know. Not Ethan Klein.
Let's go. Hold on. Did we get a Papa Gut reaction to the Otterly Noah stuff? I mean, I don't want to derail. I know we're all here for the EHD slop right now, but, you know, I know that Papa Gut was incredibly defensive of Otterly Noah and knew basically none of the lore. And so I am very interested to see if he reacts to the Toastify video. That would be Kino.
Klein stuff. There's plenty of stuff here. They're making fun of Andrew Wilson, the guy who talks about how he thinks women should be thankful that men don't rape them. Definitely not a rapist guy. Definitely not somebody who wants to rape women. Of course. Of course. So, you know, do your rounds, man. Too Lazy to Try. Great reacts. Idubbbz, you can react to Too Lazy to Try. He makes short videos that are pretty good.
Okay, is this just Papa Gut talking about all the different things you can talk about on the internet? Very interesting. Incredibly insightful commentary. I'm very glad that we took a detour to be able to watch that. Wow. Wow. Guy's got a lot to say. And somehow, at the exact same time, nothing to say. Alright, nice. We can go and have a gander at something else, can't we? Somebody else has got something to say, surely? Oh, okay. Little bit of evidence, I guess, from the court case about the Frogan stuff. So, they put this shit in a table to be able to talk about the exact timestamps where, I don't know, she's talking about the nuke. Alright, so, at 59 seconds, she hits the 1.75 speed. And then around a minute in, she goes to 1.5 speed. Then to 1.75 speed for a little bit. Then back to 1.5. How does this girl get no viewers? I don't understand. Okay. Alright, never mind. Yeah. Dude, so she fucking whizzed past it. Okay. That's interesting. So it's impossible to be able to... Well, it's not impossible, but it's very difficult to be able to tell exactly how long she spent talking about the nuke. We love to see that. We absolutely love to see that. Yeah, that's great stuff. We love that. All right. Yeah, I don't know. It's impossible to be able to defend Frogan, given the fact that she didn't really defend herself. Like, she hasn't talked about it on stream. You know? You would have thought she would have defended herself in the public sphere, but, no. I guess she's too fucking busy drinking matcha lattes or some shit to be able to, tweet out some kind of formative response about it. Nah. There we are. Alright. I see that Diorio's gone live to speak about it as well. We might catch a little bit of that. Depends when he says it. Alright. Great. Great. You know what? We will come back. Put a pin in it, okay? Put a pin in it. We'll go and have a gander and see what Diorio was talking about it later on. Let's go and change tracks. All right. So, a few months ago, we went in and we watched a lot of content that spiraled off from Nikandros' video talking about Taku, exposing him for having a Discord server where truly fucking degenerate shit was going on, okay? People, kids in there, being educated on sex toys, being educated on the best ways so that they, yes, you, can also cut themselves. Crazy fucking shit. Almost certainly was seen by Taku at the time, if you take a look through some of the logs, and it was crucially never moderated. Now, a lot of the pedo lollyverse came out to defend Taku over this, made totally retarded statements, tripped over their own dick to be able to sweep for him. A lot of those guys had rules against having under 18s in their Discord server, and they still, to their dying breath, fought to defend him for the right to have kids in his Discord server. Anyway, Taku responded. There was an hour-long video that he made, A-logging a song, going over the best hits, jangling keys in front of people's eyes instead of actually addressing the meat of the controversy, which he admits he'd never even watched the video. It was criticizing him at the time. Anyway, the reason why I have to go through laborious detail to be able to regale all the details back to you is because, finally, Nikandros has delivered us the part 2 video. The response to Taku's deflection and going over all the responses at the time, okay? This video was promised to us 7,000 years ago. Let's go. All right.
But, you know, what is this? It's got nothing to do with minors being... What the wow. Jesus Christ. People, like, honestly, like, guys, I'm gonna be real. Like, if you're a content creator, you need to stop interacting with anybody that's under 18. You do. You need to stop doing it. It's a massive fucking mistake. You are putting yourself in a bad situation. Stop. Like, do not let the kids, do not let them on your Discord. Don't let them in your community. Don't do anything. What was posted? No, Los Polos didn't do anything, right? Like, this is just some other bullshit, right? And yeah, it's a total liability. And if you're not a content creator, I mean, listen, whenever you're a content creator and you have a community, it is just better for everybody that kids are not allowed in it. That's all I'm...
No, Asmongold! It's the parents' responsibility, bro. Don't you understand? If I rape a child in a Discord, it's the parents' fault for sending it in there in the first place.
Saying, I think that's very fair.
Welcome. I'm Nikandros. Remember this?
Nux has always been good to me, and I'm a guy who's always going to have the back of my friends. However, I will also be the first guy to hold my friends accountable.
We'll see about that. And what did we see?
Anyways, it looked like Taku completely obliterated all of the allegations that were thrown his way in the matter of 5 minutes. So that was always really fun. And the amount of people were like, you need to denounce Nux. You need to denounce Nux. I'm good, bro. I love Nux. Straight.
Dude, the rapist pedo mafia that was established during this drama was totally fucking insane. It, like, totally obviously covering their own backs. Because the Take-Turn drama and the Taku drama came out around the same fucking time.
I don't care.
You're not going to weigh the evidence or be transparent with your audience about what the allegations even are.
I don't care.
Of course not. When a Kotaku journalist speculates about Bowser being bisexual, Tectone demands the author to be investigated. This screams child groomer, not gonna lie.
No
However,
way.
when he's asked about his friend's long history of profiting from exposing masses of young children to incredibly obscene content and funneling them to dangerous and barely moderated communities...
I don't care.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I also must have forgotten that he's a racist. Why would I reasonably expect anything from him? What does he even mean by Taku obliterating the allegations? I've been waiting and I can't see a response from him. Oh wait, I'm blind. There it is. Plain as day. 21 minutes deep into a video called It Backfired. He effing found out. Now that's what I call burying the lead. That's apparently a very common criticism for my video.
I tried starting to watch some of like the shit about what's going on, and I was like, oh, I'm in the car for like an hour and a half. Let's throw on that Nikandros video. I like the beginning of the video starts out with him just lobbing a ton of insults at Tectone.
Problem?
And I kept having to look back and I was like, this was a video about Nux, right? Like what is happening?
That's the first 2 minutes of an 80-minute video.
And so finally, after he finishes berating Tectone,
2 minutes.
he goes into talking about like Nux having weird censored thumbnails that weren't censored enough, and it's like, well, that was a meta on YouTube for a while. I remember a lot of people having like weirdly lewd implication thumbnails.
Do you guys not remember the golden era of YouTube? I mean, dude, these fucking tourists like Nikandros got no fucking idea. You gotta remember the meta years when everybody was posting lolicon zoophile porn in their thumbnails.
I don't, maybe that's bad. I don't know. Like, that was just a thing for a while.
The first time thumbnails are brought up is 13 minutes in. After showing Taku describe his past content as him reacting to weird stuff from Japan, I show Taku using a drawing of a fully naked underage girl on his thumbnail.
Maybe that's bad, I don't know.
You can still find it uncensored on his channel, by the way.
And then he's going on about these thumbnails. And then I fell asleep.
The thumbnails are on screen for 17.
Wait, what do you mean you fell asleep? You're in the car! You're in the car! Female drivers, strike again. Got bored so badly by an Nikandros video, they fall asleep at the fucking wheel. Something tells me that a Nikandros video was not the problem there. I don't know if Kirsha's okay. I don't know if she's keeping up healthy habits in her life. But something troubling has happened there 100%.
In seconds.
And I feel like if you're making an expose video and it's supposed to be like, this guy is big, bad, evil man, here is why, you should put the big, bad, evil man stuff like in the front. You should front load it, because I shouldn't be falling asleep in the middle of your video if I'm supposed to be gaining pertinent information.
A diabetic
blood sugar? Yeah, I could see that.
Coma continues to be the best explanation for what happened here. The previously mentioned 17 seconds are immediately followed up with clips of Nux exhibiting a comic to his audience in which a little girl is raped by a pack of monkeys before a crowd of children.
Well, that was a meta on YouTube for a while.
Before this segment, I established a timeline. Taku was already criticizing the hot tub meta on Twitch before he uploaded this video. So he was criticizing a meta on another platform that involves putting softcore pornography on a 13+ website, while...
Yeah, I mean, Nikandros doesn't go through the video, and it's just like, boom, allegation, boom, allegation, boom, allegation, and they're totally disconnected. He's got a pretty common through line that, like, gets you through the video. I thought it was entertaining. Maybe I'm biased because I like Nikandros. But no, I thought the video was fine. The video was good.
Supposedly participating in a meta of regularly publishing incredibly obscene on his channel for a child audience to view. As I established even earlier in the video, Taku currently holds himself out as this voice against degeneracy and hedonism, while totally obfuscating his own past. Not only does he describe his past content in a totally disingenuous manner that downplays the severity of his actions, he will delete evidence of his past when it arouses controversy. This is a massive indictment of Taku's character 70 minutes in. Kirsch claims to have watched the video, but still deploys the "he was doing a meta" defense, even though it was debunked in that very video. How did Kirsch comment on Nux spurring his response to me 21 minutes deep into a random Assad video?
The proto...
Dickers, objectively speaking, the Tectone part wasn't needed, but who cares, it was 2 minutes. Yeah, it was super fucking short. I don't know, I found it entertaining. Maybe it's because I fucking hate Tectone, but sure, from an impartial viewer's perspective, maybe that was irrelevant. Just get a better attention span, I guess? I don't know, it was literally 2 minutes.
Caster, thank you. Nux vid, it backfired. He fucking found out with Hassan thumbnail 22 hours ago. Addressing the allegation starts or 21 minutes in. I do not know if I'm gonna have chance to get to that stuff today, so that might have to be either on my own time and then I bring up clips and stuff, or like whatever.
A 10-minute video! A 10-minute video! What? It's a 36-minute video, and then the response starts 27 minutes at... How fucking lazy are you? What do you mean you haven't got time for it?
On the weekend, I'm not sure.
No comment on that at all? My video not being adequately front-loaded means it's a nothing burger. But Naxtaku's defense being buried 21 minutes deep into a random Asan video is nothing to be concerned about, despite it being an obvious sign that he's trying to draw as little attention to it as possible.
Still want Kirsha to check out the Nux vid. It's been too long. Should see them and make up her mind. I have no idea what's going on with Nux, and I have far more important things going on in real life at the moment.
So she's happy to publicly spread lies about my video, but she's way too busy to publicly engage with it or with Naxtaku's response. In that segment, I also pointed out that Naxtaku claimed he was going to confront Shadman for making Lollybeat reality comics. That obviously can't be true if he was fine with putting Lollybeat reality comics on his own channel before and after that collab was supposed to happen. Coincidentally, Kirsch has her own history with Shadman.
Imagine wanting art of yourself from the man of Shad. You know, I feel like that's when I'll know I've made it as a VTweber.
No fucking way. I can't, dude. I just hope. I don't know, because listen, okay? If you were, this is relevant, I promise. If you were back in Nazi Germany during the 40s, during the 30s, there is a good chance that you would have been a Nazi as well, you know? That's just true. And for I don't want to do the comparison, right? But if you were a streamer 10 years ago, I guess, there is a good chance that you would have also been licking Shadman's fucking balls. Today, you can't even get people to disavow the Ethan Klein lawsuits. Not widely, because nobody gives a fuck about free speech anymore. Back then, people loved free speech so much, they were supporting a fucking pedophile. Do you see how things have changed? Fucking insane. But yeah, all of these people were fucking ball washing him at the time.
I'll have Shadman art, and then life will be complete. I can retire in peace.
For many years, Kirsch would make requests like this of Shadman on Twitter and on streams. In 2023, she learned about Shadman's history of drawing porn of real children, which happened almost 10 years ago and is one of the most infamous things about him, after which she never said that again.
Moral crusades are moral crusades. It's just like the Twitter freaks virtue signaling, and if there are people like super chatting to Null about how apparently I still like Shadman when I do not, and I have not since I learned about him last year.
The problem is that she did.
I can always see if Shadman is taking commissions. It has always been a dream of mine to have artwork done by the Shadman.
Wait, what do you mean 4 months earlier? What do you mean 4 months earlier before the Mr. Beast drama? This is recent? I thought this was like years and years and years ago. Oh, I guess that wouldn't make sense given the fact she got a lot of... sorry. Those words just go together too easily for me. The fact that she's got a VTuber model points to it being modern. Okay, right.
It's been a dream of mine to have artwork done by the Shadman. by the Shad. Wasn't he in prison for drugs? I mean, Shad is a very controversial figure, but I still want artwork from him.
Was she lying on purpose to get away from the Chris Tyson Shadman list drama? No.
I would appreciate if you wouldn't repeat that I still like Shadman, because that is patently not true. I have brain damage, so I forget things frequently, and I don't expect anyone who doesn't watch me to believe that.
I think they will.
At the time I made those, I had no idea of Shadman's crimes.
She did know about the one crime that he was actually arrested for.
And I admitted that, and I read Null's post, and I was like, wow, he seems like a fucking retard, actually. That's kind of disgusting.
I just don't buy that at all. What the fuck are you talking about? People know Shadman for one thing. If you're talking about Shadman and you know about his drug charges, you are too deep in the fucking lore. What art did you want from Shadman? I guess that's the question. You say that you want Shadman to draw you. Shadman draws? What does Shadman draw? What does Shadman draw? What kind of art does he create? Huh?
And then, several months later, I forgot about that and reiterated, oh, you know, I would like Shad meme art. My chat was like, Kirsha, you fucking idiot. He did the thing. And I was like, oh, shit, chat, you're right. He did do the thing. Fuck me. Fuck me, chat, you're right. So, no, I do not wish to have art from Shadman. Then her mods also yelled at her, how could you forget? Look, it happens, man. It happens.
I mean, to be fair, it is very difficult operating in the VTuber sphere these days. If you're creating like hard lines against associating with pedophiles, you know. I mean, how the fuck are you literally supposed to operate? You've got no connections at all if that's your standard.
Have actual fucking brain damage, and I'm sorry, I can't help it. But literally, my entire brand is built on trying to be as honest as possible.
That's not quite what happened. She did receive a message from a moderator reminding her about Shadman's past, but
Kirsha! Where's this?
She did receive a message.
Kirsha! Please stop forgetting, literally every time he comes up, Shadman drew lewd? Lewd? Shadman drew lewd art of minors. We do not support Shadman. Anymore.
Message from a moderator reminding her about Shadman's past. But Kirsch didn't go, oops, I messed up, as she claimed. Instead, she rephrased her wish.
There's a new rumor about Shadman every month. I mean, I don't keep up with it. I just know him as a notorious online internet figure, man. I don't support him. I don't hate him. But like when you're online, if you get Shadman art, you know, you kind of made it.
After the Chris Tyson Shadman drama broke out, she was supposedly horrified to have found out that she was speaking about such a monster in such a casual manner. But before, when she had the information in her damaged brain, the best she could do was to be neutral. I don't support him. I don't hate him. If I didn't know...
There's no fucking way that I've just learned that it's a core part of Kirsha drama that she has fucking brain damage. That explains basically everything that I've ever said about Kirsha. How am I only finding out about this now, man? She's got brain damage from what? Is this like a not so erudite situation? She got like she got booted in the head by a fucking horse? What? I'm actually curious what happened. Has she ever gone into it?
Know any better? I'd say it's pretty obvious that Kirsch didn't really care all that much about Shadman's past until it became a convenient vector to attack Chris Tyson. I might also claim that Kirsch's hesitation to condemn Shadman was the result of her pandering to that kind of audience.
No fucking way, you learned this 4 times already. It's not another one of those, is it? Fuck.
But fortunately, we know better. She wasn't lying or downplaying her fandom of Shadman. She's got brain damage. Look at the symptoms.
Shad won't draw me because I'm not a mini. He can just make me into a lolly. I've had people make lolly Kirsha before. The world is sorely lacking Shadman's brand of pure provocateur energy. Reddit will throw a fit when he gets back. I really liked Hillary Clinton. I thought that was pretty prime. Can we commission Shad? I don't know if Shad takes commissions, actually. Kirsha is not a Kanye fan. What do you mean? I said I don't mind if he draws me. That's perfectly fine. I would love a weird t-shirt like Hillary Clinton.
It's worth noting that whenever she talks about her past impression of Shadman, she doesn't mention that she did know about him being a lolicon artist, but I'm pretty sure this is all explained by her being brain damaged, which she has been for a long time. I mean, look at this reply to Shadman from 2021. She's so confused that she doesn't even know what you do on a bed. They're for sleeping, silly. If she had prefaced her take on my video by saying she has brain damage, I would have been a lot nicer in my tweet. My impression was that she's lying about my video and actively avoiding the subject. She knows that if she had to engage with the video in front of her audience, she either has to condemn Taku and lose that connection, or totally lose her face. If you pretend the video is boring by lying about it, you don't need to do either. However, she isn't satisfied by merely lying about my video. She'll also platform all kinds of random smears about me.
Took him 50 minutes to get to the actual allegation. Nikandros is a lefty furry! And even the commentary community dislikes him. That's funny. I didn't know Jersh followed a furry. It's a weirdo who tried to...
That's so fucking funny. Now, I've heard the furry thing before. I have not heard the lefty thing before. That's very interesting. Dude, you know you're, like, actually apolitical and don't talk about that shit? Nikandros has scolded me before for talking about political stuff live on stream. Have you thought that maybe nobody wants to talk about that, Dukas? Dukas, have you thought that maybe people talk about drama slop to be able to get away from that stuff? Yes! I'm talking about what I want to talk about. Get the fuck out of my chats! No, but Nikandros just never talks about politics, ever. You know? You've got Otley Noah thinking that he's right-winger, and you've got Kirsha thinking that he's a leftist. He's the dead centrist.
To use pedo allegations at Nux to defend Hassan, shocking his dog. What the fuck? You do get a feeling Nikandros is a cloud chaser and a Hassan fan? I wondered why Hassan replied to one of his tweets. I was like, that...
Wait, hold on. No fucking way. Apparently, Kirsha doesn't even have brain damage. It's a joke. I'm starting to think this girl might not actually be fucking German at all. How did Kirsha, the streamer, get brain damage? The brain damage thing is a running self-deprecating joke / meme. She and her community use brain damage humorously to describe her own scatterbrain / airheaded moments, frequent tangents, and stream of consciousness rambling, tech / streaming mishaps. She has a whole VOD / stream titled An Explanation of the Brain Damage. Where she jokes about exactly this. Blaming brain damage for silly on-stream blunders in real time, like fixing her title or dealing with streaming software issues. She'll casually say things like, "'Cause I have brain damage," or "Maybe I have brain damage," while laughing it off. Stream titles often lean into it too, like, "Now with extra brain damage." Okay. Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait, dude, who does... Is this Grok? Does Grok do this for literally everybody? In short, it's just her and chat playfully calling her own chaotic fox lady energy, brain damage, classic streamer self-roast. Here's what her character / avatar looks like. Lady fox aesthetic. Yes, thank you, Grok. Thank you, Grok. You can put that away now. I'm not looking to get my goon on right now, Grok. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Anything goes. Who cares? This was her reaction to people telling her about Shadman's past.
For like the 10th time, Shadman actually made art of a real child. That's if he did so. I have to say if he did so, because I have not received any sources. I just have people telling me. I'm not gonna believe without a source. Please give.
She wants to see the child porn. She wants to download it.
Actually, nobody's ever linked me to the child porn before.
Okay. If it's drawings, it's different, okay? If it's drawings, it's
Give
different.
me source. Not gonna believe words without sources, though. That's how I operate. I was like, I want sources, dude.
Kirsch already knew that Shadman was an infamous child illustrator who might still be in prison for something, but she had hopes of receiving some personalized child illustrations from him. So, if you make any claim about him, Kirsch demands to see evidence. However, if you call her a diabetic hog because she demonstrably lied about your work, she'll abandon her principles and lie about you even more.
Not gonna believe words without sources, though. That's how I...
Okay, wait, what the fuck is this? I need to read this. 3 days ago, another brat hog who has been digitally enhanced into a young, skinny anime girl in the Asmongold orbit named Kirsha told a story about how while driving, she fell into a diabetic coma while trying to, I assume, listen to my video. The first time that thumbnails get brought up in my video is for less than a minute before I show Taku exhibiting a comic where a little white girl gets raped by a pack of monkeys. Despite 90% of her content being fear-mongering about this is a... No way, he didn't go in for it, did he? He didn't go in for it. I think I've gone for this. I think I've gone for this joke before. Despite 90% of her content being fear-mongering about how this is a day-to-day reality on the streets of multicultural Europe, perhaps in a more figurative sense, that was apparently not worthy of condemnation to her as material to be shown to little children. Okay, thank you, Nikandros. Brat Pog is fucking crazy.
You call her a diabetic hog because she demonstrably lied about your work, she'll abandon her principles and lie about you even more.
Not gonna believe words without sources, though. That's how
I think, to give proper credit, okay, I think that Brat Hog was stolen from Ali Khan, used to describe a chatter known as Crystal. Oh wait, no, that wasn't actually. That wasn't. I take that back immediately. No. I think Ali Khan called somebody a troon hog. yeah, I think that was what Ali Khan said. Okay, pardon me. No, Nikandros came up with that on his own.
I operate. Literally, my entire brand is built on trying to be as honest as possible.
If she doesn't have that expectation of receiving child cartoons, staying honest becomes impossible.
The Nikandros guy is very clearly a spurg, though. I would not trust anything coming from that guy.
Kirsch is primarily a political commentator. Her reliability is heavily tied to her knowledge of politics. So let's see her grasp on what should be 8th grade civics in the United States.
People watch our show and they're like, you guys are super political. No, we're not, right? I don't even know what any of this shit means. Like, what does an attorney general do for the United States? Anybody? Phoenix?
Sorry, what was the question?
She continues to stay silent for a full minute. Meanwhile, Tectone spins his ignorance about how the government works into a point about how it's difficult to understand on purpose so that government bureaucrats can get paid for doing nothing.
It seems like the Democrats do things. It's just things that most normal people don't like. And the Republicans go, we should do something about that. And then they never do.
What stunning insight. The reality about the
None of these people should be talking about fucking politics, man. I've said this before. To be able to vote, you need to take a civics class, in my opinion. That just needs to be a barrier to entry. Nothing crazy, not a fucking IQ test. Just simple stuff about how the government works. That needs to be a fucking prerequisite to talk about any of this stuff. Holy fuck. I mean, as a bonga, okay? Yankoids in chat, tell me if I'm wrong. The Attorney General is the head of the Justice Department. Right? Right? He heads up, like, federal prosecutions. Yes? Right? Wait, somebody said wrong. No! Wait, yes! Okay! Thank you! Oh my god, let's go! Little IQ test, little civics test. I would be able to vote in American elections. In fact, I think last time I did twice.
These conservative creators in the Asmongold orbit is that they are financially tied to each other. It doesn't matter what I say or how polite I am, they are looking for any excuse not to engage. Honesty and principles don't matter. What matters is playing for your side. Remnant 777 learned this.
Let's go! Remnant leaflet drama, the best, the pinnacle of the drama cycle that happened after Nikandros' video. Dude, the fruits this shit gave us.
Lesson the hard way when he called out Leaflet for not taking any accountability for her Discord server, which had its own share of cute and funny characters on it. For more info on that, you can watch these videos. Despite making me look like the smelliest Redditor who ever lived, after getting backlash for making his site look bad, both publicly and behind the scenes, Remnant realized what this network actually values, and his opinion on me turned around.
I do appreciate you, by the way, Nikandros. People are hating on you right now. I'm gonna make a public statement right now. Screw all the people who just attack individuals they dislike, even though they say the correct thing. I'm flat out, I'm very right-wing. Everybody's accusing Nikandros of being like a left-wing guy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's right-wing or left-wing if he points out something that's true and needs to be addressed, period. Golly, you people want to talk the talk of having principles, but you hate the walk to walk. Nah, that didn't rhyme. You hate to walk the walk.
We obviously don't.
Here's a video of my mate calling me a good guy. Hengist, you might have been out of the fucking loop during this drama, but during this time period, right? Remnant was totally outside of this space. That's how he got pulled in. He might be appearing currently on Himpleton's streams, like semi-frequently, and I might be talking to him in DMs, but this is how Remnant entered the space. At that time, he was neutral, right?
Don't agree about everything, but from what I've seen, he seems like a very sincere guy with a genuine interest in actual discourse, as opposed to team sports. I don't have any hard feelings about his initial portrayal of me, and even when he didn't like me, I think the signs of him being a fair guy were there.
Why do you as a Christian promote a server that allows people to post that acts as a gateway? You're introducing people to it when you promote that server.
But what does that have to do with anything?
No, he's got a point.
So to correct the record about my leftism and my fandom of Hassan, I don't watch Hassan Piker's content. So if anything, Hassan Piker is a fan of me. You don't need to come up with all these hardships you've been through. Everyone can already see your life is a struggle. You're not white, and you still can't say the N-word. He's got this other laugh about not buying anything.
Nikandros has sent me this clip so many fucking times, man. It's gold.
Never gets old. But sure, Kirsch, I've had some interactions with Hassan on social media. I think you forgot to show how I'm wrong, or how I'm a liar. Now, this video is supposed to be about Nakstaku's response, so let's get to that. Nakstaku's strategy is actually not much different from Kirsch's.
Now, anywho, Hassan continues his
Oh my god. Taya. You can vote in America? Dickers, you have the right to vote in America? Not surprised y'all colonized her. Dickers, most countries can't even know about other countries' policies. I was making a joke about voter fraud, Taya, okay? I was making a joke about me participating in voter fraud. Fuck me.
crash out. This time going after me and everyone else. He goes after a lot of people.
Hassan Piker is coming after you? What?
I'm not being mean. I'm not bullying at all. I'm just correcting Taya on what she's saying, all right? Look, we love Taya here. We love Taya.
Has Taku ever done to Hassan Piker to become the target of such aggression? He's only said Hassan's name on his channel 674 times. He also has a playlist with 72 videos, 64 hours of material in total, dedicated to going after Hassan Piker. He's willing to dish out all this shit, even mock Hassan for not daring to mention his name. But when Hassan fires back, Taku is suddenly this innocent whittle victim. At least he didn't cry on his stream for an hour. Instead of responding to my video, Taku tries.
That is still the best content that Tecton has ever made. Dude, I was fucking crying watching that the first time. It was so fucking good, and it gets better every single fucking rewatch, okay? It ages like a fine wine.
To lump me in with Hassan and leverage the anti-Hassan sentiment of his audience to completely discredit my criticism. However, because of the way Nux responded, I am now also able to leverage the anti-Hassan sentiment of his audience to attack him and discredit him even further. If you've seen any amount of Taku's anti-Hassan content, you might be familiar with a certain system.
You all know the Hassan system. Are you familiar with the Hassan system? This is the Hassan system. The Hassan system is a proven...
Oh, yep. Okay. Are you surprised? Are you actually surprised?
Inspired by Destiny's post yesterday, I present to you.
Oh my god.
Method for handling criticism. Like, you know the Hassan system? Like how Hassan Piker deflects criticism?
But
the Hassan system! Somebody just posted the Hassan system. I love the Hassan system.
I know you do. We've already seen you deploy 2 of its tactics.
H. You ignore critics' content to obscure their arguments.
This whole move of lumping me with Hassan is another one of them.
S. Strawman. Attack misrepresentation by grouping critics with deplorables. Elon Musk? He did a Nazi salute. He works for Trump. Trump is basically Orange Hitler. Am I right, guys?
However, some of these apply to Nux's response in multiple ways.
Hide. Ignore critics' content to obscure their argument. True, he never reacted to me or anyone that ever criticized him. Recently, someone made a hit piece on me, and it was an hour and a half long, so I didn't watch it, I'll be honest.
It's fucking shameless. It is totally fucking shameless. I don't know. Dude, I feel like if it was somebody in Asphere who was going through this shit and then never responded to a video talking about them, that would probably be like a mark against them. No? You would imagine that it would for most reasonable, like, people who'd be watching the content even from afar. Apparently, nobody in the Nux sphere cared about this stuff at all. Nobody broke rank. Only Remnant did. Literally, that was why he was so notable in the story at the time. Because Remnant was the only person who criticized anybody involved. Nux, Leaflet, anyone.
Then there is Avoid.
A. Avoid. Debate only weaker opponents, never the original person. These people never, ever enter a debate at all.
Taku has never debated anyone who isn't his friend or on friendly terms with him. I asked Taku if he wants to talk on Twitter, and he ignored me. It's not very surprising. He has run from conversations with me and harmful opinions before. The last time he did it, it came with the cost of him losing his spot on the Some Ordinary podcast.
Said XTC a dog and a fucking, oh, Jesus Christ.
This is simple. Do you feel that Taku is honestly representing himself in all of this? To you?
On that, no. I mean, I'm looking at that character. I don't know if that's fucking loli or whatever, but it's like fucking dog having sex with a woman, so it's already way bad for me anyways. It doesn't even have to have the loli connotations. Yeah. I think for him to stay on a show and work with me directly, I'm not even talking about like just Caleb here, just with me. He should come and explain these things pretty candidly. And if he can't do that, then I don't think he should be able to work with us in the future. I think that's a pretty fair way to go about it. I haven't seen the harmful opinion video.
Harmful Opinions made the video. He's the one that's got the more substantive critiques exactly of that. I've just watched his video about it. I'm obviously
if he's not willing to answer the critiques, then I don't think he should be working with us.
I'll expand on that a bit in part 2, but the full story comes later. I don't think name call is even worth addressing. However you might feel about the accuracy of this meme when it's applied to Hassan, if you're going to be using it against him, you can't behave in the same exact way when you yourself are facing criticism. However, I believe we skipped over one of these tactics, which happens to be the one that Taku relies on the most.
That's A, alter in the Hassan system. Drastically misrepresent the opposing view. The new angle that people are taking is that I was grooming people in a Discord. A lie. I've never groomed anyone, ever, and they've never had any evidence of me grooming anyone.
It's just insane misrepresentations. That's not even a claim made in the fucking video. I don't want to give Nux too much credit and say that he hasn't watched it and say that he doesn't know what the claims are made. I think he pretty obviously knows that he's fucking lying right now to be able to deflect from the criticism. It's like super fucking obvious. Wait, part 2? Part 2? Nikandros always teasing us? Dude, every fucking lie that Destiny's spun up about his anti-fans, that they want to see him dead. They cover nothing but him. They are totally obsessed. Okay, all of those things are true, but it's about Nikandros to do with Taku, okay? He won't stop. He won't stop until this guy is literally 6 feet under the ground. Taku needs to die before Nikandros will stop creating content on him.
Ever. All right, so it's a lot of implications that get thrown out.
Not only did I not accuse him of grooming, I clarified that messages on the Discord about him grooming someone were actually jokes. Plenty of users, including Taku, have also claimed Alan to be underage. Alan is a lolly, no can do. Alan is underage. Does that mean Nux is grooming Alan? What's going on here? I then demonstrated that the Alan in question was actually an adult. These statements about Nux grooming Alan or Nux calling Alan a lolly are simply jokes. Very optically bad jokes, but jokes nonetheless. The Alan I mentioned is, of course, Alan Idubbbz.
All patrons are invited to the Discord server, where we do things like make fun of Alan Idubbbz. If you don't know who Alan Idubbbz is, oh, trust me, $1 to the Patreon is worth it to meet the guy.
If you didn't see part 1, Alan Idubbbz was the groomer, as the audience calls him, who was on Taku's Patreon Discord. Alan had many interactions with Nux, and Nux repeatedly endorsed him to his audience, despite them continuously sending gore to the 14-year-old minor, Red, on Nux's Patreon Discord. Alan also encouraged Red to drop out of school, which they eventually did, and cited Alan as inspiration. Alan also instructed them on self-harming, which is what Red used to drop out of school. I don't...
Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot about that. There were several people in this Discord server that was teaching this kid about the best way to be able to self-harm.
Also instructed them on self-harming, which is what Red...
Yes, because there's this Bex person at the same time as well. Now, apparently, I mean, I guess Nikandros has looked into this person a little bit more. Apparently, they were also addicted to opiates at the time. And so, maybe they weren't in the best headspace, I guess? Dude, this entire Discord, it's like the 7th circle of fucking hell. You never want to go in there, and you never want to meet anybody who got sent there.
Used to drop out of school. I don't even call Alan a groomer in the video. I said he engaged in abusive, manipulative, and criminal behavior towards Red, and I showed a message from Red in which he says he doesn't believe Alan had that intention, but his behavior was still inappropriate.
This is the guy that made the video. If you want to watch the full video, you should go watch it, by the way, if you want. If you want to watch an hour and a half of this guy calling me a pedophile, with zero evidence that I'm a pedophile, you can watch this video. That would be great. Go do that. All right, I'm not trying to hide that or anything. Just to be clear, all right, we're not putting it under the rug at all. Absolutely, if you want to go watch it, go watch it. I will not be spending 4 hours reacting to an hour and a half long video calling me a pedophile again and again and again for things I've already addressed.
Taku has never previously addressed the state of...
Dude, I mean, you can say as much about it as you fucking want, to be honest. I mean, Taku deflecting from this and the response that he gave to the Nikandros video, it was the most infuriating response I've maybe seen anybody ever give to an allegation ever. If you're going to talk about it, talk about it. If you're not going to talk about it, shut the fuck up. But this was so fucking slimy, is I guess the only way to really describe it. So fucking slimy.
Of his communities, and he's never given an honest description of his past content to his audience. He's also never called a pedophile in the video. While I do show him exhibiting very obscene lolicon material on his channel, I mentioned the fact that Taku has consistently denied being into it. There's a difference between waifu and best girl. Waifus are mountable, so therefore the best girl isn't. However, the art of the best girl is lolly inclusive. Nux is using that word in the petite anime character sense, not the cartoon CP sense. Nux's stance on personally not being into lolly hentai has been consistent for years, but it didn't stop him from posting it onto YouTube. Despite having displayed this content in his videos and thumbnails for years, Taku has consistently denied being into it. Taku might have frequently engaged with lolly hentai content, even lolly beast, and he was putting it on his thumbnails as recently as 2022. But using something for clickbait to increase your income is not the same thing as personally enjoying it. You can make assumptions and speculations about why he went with this material specifically, but those are ultimately assumptions. Just for the hell of it, let's make another argument for why Nux isn't a lolicon. The anime community, which Taku was submerged in for years, is full of people who are openly lolicons, like Taku's friend, Chibi Reviews. He feels comfortable regularly tweeting suggestive images of clearly underage characters. These people are tolerated in these spaces, and there was zero pressure against Nux coming out as a lolicon if he was one, and yet he didn't. Despite being surrounded by these people and having pandered to them for years, Taku has never, to my knowledge, said that he's into it.
Alright gamers, the hentai tags tier list. Let's go. Lolly, alright, disgusting. I can't, I hate seeing it everywhere and it's gross.
This kind of consistency is rare when it comes to Nux. The guy contradicts himself all the time. For a brief moment, let me take you to August of 2024. Nux.
Okay. Listen, we might revise the take, alright? Taku. No, wait, did I? I don't think I've ever called Taku a pedophile, actually. I don't know if I've ever called him a pedophile in a serious sense. I might have said it flippantly, alright? I wouldn't put that past me. I might have said it flippantly. Alright, so Taku is probably not a pedophile then, you know? He might be okay with children being groomed, alright? He might be okay with associating with pedophiles. Himself, though, not his cup of tea, alright? Not his taste.
Taku is finally being pressed about his past content, and he was actually...
So to be clear, this is also incorrect. This is not when I was being pressed for my past content. This was literally a video that I made talking about my 10 years on YouTube because it was like my 10-year YouTube anniversary. All right, this was not like a response to drama video, as far as I remember. Maybe I'm mistaken and I'm thinking of the wrong video, but that's what I thought.
Okay, but Dickers, why do people still deal with Nux? The reason why people still deal with H3 and you can still get orbiters, right? The deal where, the same reason why any big creator can get people to still deal with them, because they're big, right? They've got fans, they've got clout, you can give them a little crumb of that stuff and that helps pay their fucking bills, you know? They can get a chunk of change as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so, as you can see, I addressed many times that...
What do you mean? Dickers, I did talk with Nikandros about this, in your server about this take, and I still don't understand it. We don't hold this stand for Chud or Liam. We know Liam was the funny guy, despite him constantly denying it. Wait, what do you mean? You're gonna have to explain the take a little bit more to me.
That I regretted the fact that I would make lewd content and shit back in the day, to be honest. And this video was it was like a 10-year anniversary. This was not like some apology, whatever. Anywho.
I will tell you the truth about that video and all of the other responses he refers to in the part 2. For now, we are specifically focusing on Nux's claims about the Discord. Red joined the server on September 7th. On day 1, they openly declared themselves to be 14 years old.
I didn't know about this.
In this first screenshot, where Red admits to being 14, Taku is right here. In my video, I show many instances where Nux was present or pinged in close proximity to Red, saying they're a minor, or saying something that would flag them as one. They mention...
Yeah, I remember this. Because I remember pulling up the screenshot fucking constantly to show that Taku was there. Yeah. Wait, okay. So, Dickers, the take is that Nux cannot possibly be a lolicon because he denies it consistently. Liam also denied being a lolicon consistently. Chud also denies being gay consistently. Okay. So, here's the thing. Chud was probably into trans people, right? Because Chud was in a lefty sphere and admitted to being into trans people. Now, whatever claims he's made since about being groomed into it by society, put that aside for a second, okay? He claims to be a changed man, not that he was never into trans people. Liam, I don't know the particulars about that to be able to argue it, but the argument here is that Nux Taku was in a community where there would be no social penalty for being a lolicon, right? And yet, he always denied being into lolicon. Even when possibly, if you think about it, there's a certain amount of detriment that could have done to his career, right? Lolicons are some of the most terminally online, no-life people, okay? To talk about lolicon and constantly post and engage with lolicon every single fucking day, you need to be terminally online. It's a total fucking prerequisite, all right? So it's more of an inference argument than a definitive claim. There is no possible way that Nux Taku is a lolicon, right? But it's a little bit more like, he probably would have admitted it if he was. He denies it. Yeah, benefit of the doubt, you know. But there's a certain audience base that you could have tapped into, because people don't remember a lot of the time that Nux Taku has not just beefed with the anti-lolly people, he also beefs with the lolly people as well, right? Because he did this stuff to be able to like boost up his channel in his thumbnails and stuff like that, and now they say that he's pretending that he was never on our side, you know? Yeah.
Things about their school, their head teacher, and other users also pinged Nux Taku in close proximity to messages where...
If you want to say that Nux Taku grifted lolly stuff, I think that's probably the most accurate take if you're thinking about it. But being a lolicon himself, no.
Alan was talking about sending gore to Red. Here's a new close call that I came across. Violet pings Nux Taku. I got proposed by Red. Red ponders if by marrying Violet, they can have her arrested. You can't. I can, but she will be arrested and prosecuted. Why do you think that would happen? Could it be Red being underage, perhaps? Nux Taku shows up and says, "Go, fanbase." Violet responds, "I can't, Nux. It would be against the law." Nux doesn't respond, but he's still present 10 minutes later. This is a totally Looney Tunes level of a lack of awareness, especially when you realize how small the server was. I recently learned about this tool for analyzing Discord exports, and according to it, when Red joined the server, the number of active members was 44, which is an incredibly small number. Here is the server's overall activity, Red's activity, and Nux Taku's activity. Nux Taku's most active months on the server are when the events I covered happened. When we limit the users being analyzed to Red and Nux Taku, we see that according to this definition of a conversation, they participated in 130 conversations with each other. If we include all users, but limit the time range to the first 3 months when Red was on the server, Red was 2.5 times more active than Nux, and the most active person on the server with the exception of the deleted users, which would include regulars like Zach, Alan, and some other figures who were too obscure to identify. With these filters turned on, the number of conversations that Nux Taku and Red both participated in was 57. If we look at the period between Red joining and when Nux Taku made the NSFW channel for them, Red is still number 2 in terms of activity, and the number of conversations only goes down to 36. I also showed that Nux Taku was in voice chats with Red multiple times. This is merely Red's testimony, but I showed multiple screenshots of interactions on the former voice chat text channel between Red and Nux Taku, which suggest that they were both in the VC at the time. I also showed this screenshot of Red in a VC with Nux. But how can you know that I didn't just censor a random name and avatar? Red actually had a very long nickname at the time, so we don't need to censor these parts. They've also changed their avatar, so we can reveal that too. There are other old screenshots of the server, which show a person with the same nickname suffix and avatar in other VC sessions. This screenshot reveals that they removed the suffix from their nickname in late January 2019. However, they had that nickname as early as December 2018, when they had a different avatar. Here's a new screenshot of a conversation where Red is spamming large text, and Zach posts a screenshot of the conversation. We can see the same nickname here and the earlier avatar, and you can also see that Red was speaking in the VC. There are other screenshots of Red with this nickname and avatar in different VCs. The user who can be seen at the bottom here, TM Philly, was actually Nux Taku's editor at the time. They haven't said anything indicating they knew Red was a minor, but they were in a couple VCs with them. So if Red being underage would have been a problem, that's a person actually working for Nux Taku at the time who could have known. So Red spoke in VCs, and they were in VCs with Nuxtaku multiple times. Despite all of these clear signs, we're supposed to believe that Nuxtaku didn't realize that Red was a minor. They would later claim to be 15 multiple times, but as they...
I didn't know about this.
It's a very...
Okay. That was a little bit difficult to get to. Okay, there's a lot to chew on with that fucking response. Jesus Christ. Okay. But yeah, I mean, you can prove like 17 ways to fucking Sunday that Nuxtaku absolutely had interacted with this person. I mean, it's like what, like a 14-year-old, 15-year-old fucking boy? You can obviously tell that in a VC.
Hard sell, and you can tell from Nuxtaku's desperation that he knows it. Openly stated, they were lying about their age. Red was...
Oh, so they were lying about their age.
Red lied about being 15 when they were actually 14. Again, everyone on the server knew Red was a minor. What's more likely, that Nuxtaku was the odd one out and he never realized that Red was a minor, or that Nuxtaku knew, but he didn't care? It was not an issue. All of the evidence heavily supports the latter option. Now apparently, I didn't do my due diligence when confirming Red to be 14 because I didn't ask for their ID. I simply did not believe it was necessary. Red had left the server half a decade before I contacted them, and when I asked them if they really were 15 at the time, they recalled being 13 or just having turned 14 when they joined. I mentioned them initially saying 14 and later on 15. They said they were born in August of 2004, which lines up with them having just turned 14 when they joined. They said they might have been lying about being older because they were embarrassed about how young they were. This lines up with their admission all the way back then that they were not actually 15 years old. If Red being underage was just an elaborate roleplay on the server, it was spotless and coordinated between multiple people in an...
I mean, do people even take this fucking seriously? The idea that it was, I don't know, an elaborate roleplay or something like that. It feels like total cope, like you're just begging for more and more evidence without actually engaging in what's been discussed there. Right? There's no way that anybody actually takes that seriously. These people will throw out anything though.
An effort to trick someone who would stumble upon those messages over half a decade later. Some people still demand to see an ID verification, so I asked Red if they were willing to share a photo of their ID with everything but their birth year and month blocked out. They got back to me very quickly with this. There it is. August of 2004. Red was 14 at the time, just like they said, and just like I reported. Will the skeptics now be satisfied, or will they simply move on to the next thing to be skeptical about? Hey, Nikandros knows Photoshop. Nikandros must have photoshopped this. Well, you caught me this time. Here's the original, and here's the fake. I can show me refreshing the DMs where Red sent me the picture, but maybe Red sent me a fake passport, or maybe I used an alt account to fake these messages. I didn't. This is real. I hope this demonstration shows why I thought that it was worthless to get an ID verification. If you're already skeptical, this isn't gonna do anything for you. There is just so much more other evidence which supports Red being underage. After my video came out, I've been contacted by 3 people who could be seen in the video showing or saying something inappropriate to Red. They've all...
Yeah, I mean, I think the candle's just gone on for maybe a little bit too long to try and prove each of these points. At this point, realistically, nobody who wasn't convinced by the first video is going to take any of this seriously. They aren't going to watch it, they aren't going to talk about it. Guaranteed Nuxtaku will never discuss this follow-up video at all to be able to prove any of the stuff, you know?
Offered an explanation for their actions. And if Red hadn't actually been a minor at the time, pointing it out would be a total exoneration. All of them acknowledged that they knew that at the time, Red was a minor. One of them even emphasized how immature Red was, and how their lack of knowledge about adult matters became a running joke on the server. I want to emphasize that I do not condone any kind of harassment of the individuals whom I feature in my videos. It is entirely possible to do something inappropriate with a minor as a consequence of a lack of thought. If I believed there was anything deeper and more sinister about the actions of these side characters, I would have mentioned that. Red actually defended 2 of them and believed that the reason for their misbehavior was the environment that Nuxtaku had fostered on the server. A lot of these people were also very young adults, and this happened 8 years ago. Later on, I will address why that excuse doesn't fly with Nuxtaku. In case you believe I faked all of the logs on the server, or that I took them out of context, I'm not the only one who's seen them. I expected Nuxtaku to purge the whole server, So I presented its contents to Nicholas Diorio, Dickers, Quinn Theo, and Samuel.
Now,
wait, hold on. I totally forgot that I was involved in this. Yes, I was. Okay, right. Yeah, dude, this is stuff that happened fucking months ago, and so I forgot about all this stuff as well now. Okay, yeah, I was shown the original server. Dude, I forgot that this was a consideration at the time. Nikandros has totally fucking like belts and braced all of this stuff. Yeah, gone to the nth degree to be able to prove everything. But he's right. Taku did go back and purge that fucking server. Very, very, very shameful stuff.
Nikandros had actually reached out to me, and we ended up going through some of these Discord logs where he literally just pulled them up from the server. He didn't have to archive these messages or anything. He could just search them up and find them and show me what he was talking about.
Dickers even considers himself too much of a shitty Dickers even considers himself too much of a shitter and forgot himself. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Nikandros pulled a couple of YouTubers aside, myself included, and did about a 30-minute presentation showing me everything from the actual server. So, in an event where this took place, a YouTuber who covered it can turn around and go, no, it's real. I saw it with my own eyes. So I'm lending that credibility now because I have actually, by his request, recorded our little conversation that we had, the 30-minute presentation, and I recorded that instance if it was ever necessary to actually show.
If there was any reason to be skeptical about my presentation of the server's contents, those skeptics could have paid Taku $1 to check for themselves. If they couldn't be bothered to do that, I'd say their critiques are not even worth addressing. For some reason, Taku has decided to block new Patreon members from joining the Discord server.
I went ahead and I spent $1 on Taku's Patreon. Now, I just did this a moment ago and I ended up screenshotting it. When I tried to connect over to the Discord, this is what would happen to my Discord. You find yourself in a strange place, you don't have access to any text channels, or there are none in the server. And there wasn't any new servers showing up in my server list on the left-hand side. So at the bare minimum, false advertising. I did not get Discord access for $1, but that is the Discord access that anybody else was allowed to for just spending $1. An NSFW channel, as well as a bunch of people being super cool with the fact that you're under the age of 18.
He's also deleted the NSFW channel. If my presentation was a total lie, why would Taku prevent his strongest defenders from doing their own investigation and exonerating him? Fortunately, Taku's attempts to destroy evidence are in vain. Thanks to Jenny Matrix, I have an archive of the server and all of its media files. The NSFW channel.
Wait, how fucking big was this? No fucking
Matrix,
way.
I have an archive of the server and
almost 60 gigabytes. Almost 60 fucking gigabytes. Jesus Christ. I think I remember talking to Nikandros at the time when he was going through and archiving it. And I think it literally took, did it take days? It took a long fucking time for this stuff. Took a long fucking time for all this stuff to get prepared. Jesus Christ.
And all of its media files.
Oh yeah, because remember we were having a conversation at the time as well. He was like, "Well, do I download all of the do I download all of the images as well?" It's like, well, you know, if they're responding to each other with GIFs, yeah, I think you do. I think you do need to find that. And if you're going to talk about the NSFW to be able to prove that, you've got to have the images and videos as well. Oh fuck me,
Files. The NSFW channel included, which is 8 gigabytes. However, that's not the only archive of the server. There are others who managed to export their own versions. In the case of this guy, he dug through the logs and has not disputed Red being a minor. In fact, he documented other users on the server attesting to be minors. Initially, the total number was 7, which then raised to 12, which is very odd for what is supposedly an 18+ Discord.
Yeah, Idubbbz was going through the Discord and cataloging all of the minors in there like fucking Teletubbies. What? Yeah, he got to like 12 on the very fucking end. This guy was cataloging the minors in the server and had to start referring to them as different shades of colors to be able to give them all names.
So, look, man,
We've got light cyan, okay, we've got lilac. We've got Cashmere Rose as well.
I don't know how a minor even got into this Discord server because, as I'm sure he mentioned this in the longer video, I'm not trying to say that he tried to slander me on purpose over here. but this was a Patreon server. For those of you that are unaware, Patreon servers are inherently 18 plus because if you want to become a patron, if you want to join a creator's membership as a patron or provide membership as a creator, you must be at least 18 years old or have permission from parent or guardian. All right. Quite literally, that obviously didn't happen. This was inherently an 18 plus Discord server. So if someone lied or stole their mom's credit card, or their mom let their kid join a Discord server from a guy that was making more, adult focused content on my YouTube channel, that is the parents' fault.
There's a lot of claims being made there.
Yeah, I forgot about this fucking claim. This guy is just straight up a fucking liar. It's actually insane.
So let's go one by one.
Because you can set a Patreon you can set a Patreon channel to be 18 plus if you want to, right? Very fucking easily. You can set a Patreon server to be an 18 plus, and he never did. It was never in the rules that you had to be over the age of 18. And even if it was, dude, at the end of the fucking day, the thing that it comes down to is this person was open about the fact that they were 14. Moderators were there. Were they ever banned? No. They were allowed in the entire time, and so were several other kids. If somebody can come through on a later date and just go through and find 12 fucking minors who were openly stating that they were minors at the time, not hindsight, not in retrospect, using the logs that were there at the time. I mean, obviously your community is welcoming in minors, right?
First of all, how could a child get into the server? If you saw my video, you might remember a mention of the server getting raided several times. The users doing these raids did not pay through Patreon to get onto the Discord. They got in through an invite link. Yes, you heard that right. Taku did not know how to prevent users from creating invite links to the server. Fixing this issue takes seconds, and the moderators of the server, who did not have proper permissions to fix that issue, tried to tell Taku to fix it, but they were ignored for months. Taku even shared the Patreon Discord invite link by mistake in a YouTube community post, allowing a bunch of people to join in without paying through Patreon. That means the server's user base was contaminated with people who were not age verified, and they had the ability to create more invite links and share them to other users. Patreon Discords are also absolutely not inherently 18 plus.
For those of you that are unaware, Patreon servers are inherently 18 plus because if you want to become a patron, if you want to join a creator's membership as a patron or provide membership as a creator, you must be at least 18 years old or have permission from parent or guardian.
It says right there that they welcome 13 plus members. It is not an adults-only platform. Some Patreons are 18 plus, some are 13 plus. Taku's Patreon was not 18 plus, and it did not have an 18 plus rule. The NSFW channel existed for over a year before any rules were added. The ones that currently exist still do not mention anything about the server being 18 plus. When Taku would plug the Patreon Discord in his videos, which he did around 68 times, he did not mention it being 18 plus even once. If the server was clearly 18 plus from the beginning, why did none of the other adult members report red to Taku when they knew that they're a minor? As Harmful Opinions points out in his videos, several of the moderators who were added later acknowledged that children were present on the Discord, and even said they won't take responsibility if they access the NSFW channel.
There is a note here saying absolutely nothing from minors, by the way. No personal nudes, no content of minors, content depicting the minors, content made by minors, none of that shit. All right, just to be clear.
The NSFW channel did not have these rules on it at the time either. They were added way later. Taku
I remember this as well. Yeah, because the reason why they started writing out those rules for the NSFW server is because two members in there were married. Okay? And what this married couple liked to do was have hardcore kinky leather slap BDSM sessions. And they would record those BDSM sessions and take pictures, and they would share it in the Discord. And in fact, I think in some cases, don't quote me on this, grain of salt, but I'm pretty sure they were there, and there were kids in the server commenting on the fucking the BDSM personal photos that were shared in that Discord server. It's fucking gross. It's fucking gross. It's fucking gross. I don't know if those people knew that there were kids in that server who were commenting on that stuff, but they were talking about it regularly, even in the general chat and cross-posting to it.
also claimed that he was creating more adult-oriented content at the time, but that's total bullshit. Again, the stuff with Red and Alan happened in 2018, when Taku was still an anime YouTuber. The pivot to hentai content began in August of 2019. Even past that point, Taku had a disclaimer in his video descriptions stating that his entire channel was PG-13. This disclaimer was also on the Monkey Comic video. When it comes to Nux trying to algorithmically target his content to a young audience, we actually have some data here, which has been gathered and visualized by Jenny Matrix. If we scan Taku's video metadata for mentions of YouTubers that are popular with children, like MatPat, MrBeast, PewDiePie, and so on, we can see that even after the pivot to hentai content, Taku was regularly using these creators' names in his tags. Now,
yeah, I mean, dude, Taku, that silly little fucking Gooner voice that he does as well, that is trying to crib PewDiePie's voice, you know? Taku doesn't have his own voice in a lot of his content. He's got a PewDiePie voice, he's got a Donald Trump voice, he's got a few of these where he cribs the way that other people talk.
I want to note that this stuff is a little bit work in progress. I can't remember why I asked Jenny to exclude MrBeast from the rest of these, but when we don't, we can see that when the Monkey Comic video was published, over 60% of Nux's videos that month had a kids YouTuber tagged on it, and for the next 6 months, it was 100%. Here is a graph for kids franchises, here is a graph for NSFW terms, and here are the same for the Nuxanor channel. Kids YouTubers, kids franchises, and NSFW terms. On this graph especially, you can notice how he slowly tones it down as it stops working as a meta. He's used the Taku MrBeast tag on his videos 648 times. If you look at this video, for example, I hosted the world's most legendary Rule 34 tournament. We have tags like Taku MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast $1,000, MrBeast
No, what? Jaden Animations Rule 34? Huh?
Tournament, Pokemon Rule 34, Taku MrBeast, and of course, Jaden Animations Rule 34. What can we see in the description?
What fucking shit was this guy sharing in those videos that you've got Jaden Animations Rule 34 in the tags as well?
This video is PG-13, so even...
Do we know if Jar and Taku have ever been in a Discord VC together at the same time? Yeah, Jarbait, that's what I was fucking thinking as well.
After Taku stopped doing anime content, he was still trying to reach a young audience. In 2018, when he was an anime creator, the entry fee to his Patreon Discord was a one-time payment of $1. He was not an 18+ creator. The plugs didn't mention it being 18+, and the server didn't mention it being 18+.
Thank the Lord that the UK's new under 16 ban doesn't include Blue Sky and Discord. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is, honestly. Blue Sky is probably, realistically, okay, just too small of a platform to get caught by the filters. That's probably why, right? They're naming sites, like, individually. Maybe more will get added to it later. We'll have to see. I do not understand. I can't wrap my head around why the UK government is banning YouTube as a social media application, but they're not banning Discord. I truly don't fucking get it. Pedo Hangouts? Discords are like some of the most degenerate places you will find online, right next to Telegram channels, and for some reason they're not getting regulated. I don't know. Discord? I'm never going to be, like, super enthusiastic to be, like, I don't know, restricting rights like that, right? But out of all of the possible places that you could have banned for under 16s, I would have Discord as my fucking top priority. What the fuck do you mean? I don't even think that Telegram is banned for under 16s. I don't know if Telegram is on that list. It's just, yeah, the way they've done this legislation. Totally retarded.
It was not an 18+ Discord in any way, but Taku claims that it was because the Patreon terms of service says you need to be 18 or have parental consent to place pledges. So if a child gets groomed on his Patreon Discord server...
that is the parents' fault.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the big one. The dragon. It's the parents' fault. It's the parents' responsibility. Parents need to stop being lazy and look after their children. Oh hey, it's Leaflet, another right-wing VTuber in the Asmongold orbit who defended Taku with the same rhetoric.
Let's go! A little bit of Leaflet drama. Don't mind if I do.
You know who's at fault? You know who has a lot of the blame here? Fucking parents. Parents need to take care of their kids. Because how are their kids getting online looking at 18 plus content? How is that possible?
How is that possible?
I don't.
It's just totally fucking insane. And then when Leaflet is pressed over this stuff as well, she gives like, oh, well, actually, I'm not saying that, you know, the people who own these communities are totally free of blame. I'm just saying that the parents are also responsible. Ergo, she's admitting to totally fucking deflecting from the drama. It's just so fucking retarded. I hate her so much. I hate her so much.
Don't know, Leaflet. Why don't you tell us?
When I was a kid, they took away my internet because, you know what I did? I went and I signed up for those free internet providers. I went to freaking Radio Shack. I bought a cable and I ran it all the way across the room, hooked it up to my Dreamcast, and I was still online.
Get sucked, parents.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. It's like they can't. You're not gonna be able to stop it. You're not gonna know. Like I hid the cable like under the bed. But they're not gonna know, right?
They're not gonna know, right?
And I'll just get up like late at night, 2 a.m. Fantasy Star Online time. Plug it all. Wait, okay, everyone's in bed. Open the door. Okay, everyone's asleep. Plug it all in. Get ready. Now I'm playing Fantasy Star Online at 2 a.m. You can't stop it.
You can't stop.
Dude, all of her fucking credibility thrown away instantly, knowingly lying and being dishonest to defend what? Some fucking 14-year-old kid who got taught how to self-harm and got taught about sex toys in Nux Taku's Discord server. Literally why? Literally why? Literally what is the incentive to do this stuff? I will never understand it. The clout cannot be that fucking tasty. Or, well, with Leaflet's own Discord rules, possibly there's a little bit of motivated reasoning going into this shit, huh?
When Leaflet is talking about ID verification on Discord, it is impossible for parents to stop their children from getting online. They're not going to know what their kids are doing, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. When she defends Nux Taku 12 days later, she suddenly fails to grasp how parents aren't.
No fucking way. I thought there were fucking months between these two clips. 12 days. Leaflet is totally fucking shameless as well. Leaflet is one of these, like, performative right-wing people that doesn't even care if she's lying when she gives these fucking takes. And her community doesn't lie either. Because they're caught up in the idea that they're waging war against the left. I think Leaflet said this stuff, right? Immediately after this drama happened. Guys, we need to stop, okay? We need to stop with this infighting between the two of us. Between our groups, right? We're fighting the right. Sorry, we're fighting the left. We're on the side of truth and justice, and they're on the side of evil. So it doesn't matter if kids are getting groomed on our Discord servers, okay? We need to stop criticizing each other. There's bigger issues here. There's the hacking lefties. Despite the fact that Trump is in office and none of these people hold political weight right now, okay? We need to stop the left culturally. Okay.
Able to do what she previously claimed to be impossible.
How are their kids getting online looking at 18 plus content? How is that possible?
You sneaky bitch.
If something bad had happened to Leaflet when she was accessing the internet without her parents' knowledge, whose fault would it be? Would it make Leaflet's parents bad parents? Were they lazy? What exactly were they supposed to do? Watch her 24/7? Install a surveillance camera in their teenage daughter's room? Shackle her to the bed at night? That sounds very abusive. Parents obviously shouldn't expect strangers on the internet to protect their children, and they don't. In most cases, the parents don't know that their children are using these services because their child is hiding it from them. Parents should supervise their children, but even with ideal parents, which very few children have, perfect supervision is not always possible. That's why we as adults have a shared duty to protect children. As I said,
no, Nikandros, is it really the worst thing in the world? Is it really the worst thing in the world? If a child gets targeted by somebody on Discord, groomed for years, is it really that bad? Come on, you're soying out, I think.
In my video, parents do have the primary responsibility to protect their children. But that responsibility isn't on them alone. If you're publishing content on a 13+ website, the creators, the parents, and the platform have a shared responsibility to protect the children using that site from being exposed to harmful content. Similarly,
here's the crazy thing as well. These people will agree with that take when it comes to creators on Twitch showing girls in bikinis to 13-year-old boys. They will freak the fuck out that Twitch is allowing that on their fucking platform, and they will condemn those creators for producing that content. When it comes to creators facilitating grooming in their Discord servers, not a fucking peep. Actually, no. It's not just not a fucking peep. They will actively defend it. They will go on weeks-long arcs saying that it's all the parents' responsibility. Where was any of this charity for the fucking Twitch whores? Huh?
If you're running a Discord server, you're responsible for what you...
It's just if you're left bad, right good. I don't even know if it comes down to that, because Nikandros is not political in his content, right? Nikandros doesn't even talk about politics during any of this stuff, other than to say that Nuxtaku was a grifter and doesn't believe what he's saying, right? He shows contradictions and hypocrisy in Nuxtaku's own content. No part of Nikandros' video really even has a political message going in for it. If he wanted to, there is so much stuff that he could have gone Nuxtaku for, because he gives the most retarded takes on politics that I have ever heard, alright? But he doesn't. He leaves that content on the fucking side, because he's not interested in politics. But these people are intentionally lying about this stuff being roped into some culture war bullshit to be able to dismiss it, and they are knowingly fucking lying, right?
Or people you've designated as moderators allowed to happen on it. If you allow people to do whatever they want on your server and violate Discord's rules, you're still getting banned because it was your responsibility to make sure that those rules were being followed.
It's an election year, the left, specifically Vosh, yeah? Don't act like both of these pedophilic political parties don't do the same shit. Listen, Pez is God. What did I fucking say yesterday, right? I said this during the Remnant stuff. Both sides, okay? Both sides do the exact same kind of motivated reasoning. 100%.
Followed. Banning minors from your 18+ communities and being aware of the fact that kids can lie about being adults is not the same thing as babysitting someone else's children. There are times when you can say, parents' fault, or more preferably, there was nothing I could do. If you're making 18+ content on an 18+ website and a child is watching your 18+ videos without your knowledge, unless you're advertising your content on a 13+ platform, there's not really anything you can do. You have done your due diligence. If a child sneaks into an 18+ community, no one knew they were a minor, the moderators are putting in a good faith effort to prevent children from joining, and you don't have a porn channel because you know that some minors can slip through, that's also when you can say, there was nothing I could do.
Yeah, the standard that people were talking about during this time was basically the bare fucking minimum, right? And apparently this was way too much for these people. They're acting as though it's some crazy onerous fucking rules. Just have age gating, okay? Don't, at the very least, mix minors and porn in your servers at the exact same time. That's literally the bare basic fucking request. And then after that, don't allow minors in your fucking Discord servers. There's literally no benefit to it at all. Some of these people just want the ego of having a big, vibrant, active Discord server, and so they'll let in fucking anybody, and they won't think about it for 2 seconds. But realistically, you just don't want that stuff. You're not going to be able to appropriately moderate it. Or if you do have a super active moderation team that, I don't know, maybe you're fucking paying, right? Possibly, right? Then fair enough. You can probably adequately moderate that stuff. But if you don't want to take on the responsibility, then just don't take on the responsibility, right? Easy enough.
I'm not asking for omnipotence here. It's really simple. If your community is not appropriate...
Leaflets was to keep minors away from porn, but it went horribly wrong. No. Leaflet changed her rules to be able to keep kids away from trans ideology. And instead, she opened them up to cunny porn. Very interesting.
For minors, make a reasonable effort to keep them out. You don't need to adopt them and parent them, give them an allowance and do their homework. Just ban them from your...
Brother-in-law? Yeah. I mean, you know, the kid isn't going to be trans, so big plus. They might be groomed, which, you know, rather be sexually groomed than groomed into some kind of trans monster, though, you know?
Your server. That's the beginning and the end of your duty of care towards them. The ironic thing about Leaflet bringing up parental responsibility is that the minors on her Discord server hadn't slipped past moderation, they were explicitly allowed.
They used to get rid of any kids they knew about. So this is originally an 18+ server that at some point they decided to open up to kids. I don't know when exactly or why, and my obvious suggestion is to go back to that. I don't think that's too crazy or evil
so I know why.
At all.
Leaflet told me. and I don't necessarily agree with this opinion.
Let's
this is just
go.
what she told me the mindset was.
Let's go.
They don't want kids to go to Discord servers that like would be full of trans individuals and trans ideologies, and they would like to educate kids better.
And what exactly?
Not even trans grooming discords, by the way, okay? Not even trans grooming discords. What Leaflet was worried about was it was Discord servers owned by trans creators. Or I don't know, like progressive spaces that are okay with trans shit. That was what she was fucking worried about.
Exactly was the outcome. Several minors talking about what they're into, including a 15-year-old talking about being into femboys and being sent thigh pics by an adult user who wasn't banned until...
Oh my god, I almost forgot the Leaflet drama. I almost forgot the fucking Leaflet drama. Yes.
Harmful opinions drew attention to it. So, while you should keep kids out of your 18+ communities, please do not try to protect and educate random kids on the internet. It is not your job. If you notice they have some issues, you can tell them to talk to their school counselor or seek some other professional help. But do not become the counselor. You are a random adult stranger on the internet. Even if you have good intentions, you are teaching that kid that they can trust random adult strangers on the internet. That's not a good thing. Nuxtaku's defense was a bit more complicated and dumber than just saying parents' fault. According to the Patreon terms of service, Red must have had parental consent to join Nux's Patreon, so the parents must have consented to everything that happened to Red on the Discord. Therefore, whatever happens, it's the parents' fault, and Nuxtaku is not liable. That is simply not how it works. Parental consent is only required because the Patreon terms of service is a legal contract, and minors cannot enter into contracts without parental consent. Patreon is not actually verifying the age of the user in any way, so there's no actual substantiation of Red or any other minor having the consent of their parents to pledge money to Nuxtaku. This line of text is Patreon trying to limit their legal liability, even if we equate the possession of a credit card with an implicit age verification. Nuxtaku failed to ensure that all the users on his Discord joined through Patreon. You need to be 18 to have a credit card, but in many countries, children as young as 13 can have debit cards. They could have also used a prepaid card or even stolen their parents' credit card to make the $1 purchase to access the server. The disappearance of a $1 is pretty hard to notice. Again, a child joining the server was totally foreseeable. The Patreon terms of service doesn't clear Nuxtaku of wrongdoing. It is actually the total opposite. If you know that you have minors in your audience, Patreon's policies instruct you to inform them that they need parental consent to place pledges. Did Nuxtaku ever do this? No, but when he created his Patreon account, he agreed that he would. He also agreed that his Patreon benefits would comply with Patreon's community guidelines. Discord access was a benefit, so therefore, Nuxtaku agreed to keep the Discord's contents in line with these guidelines. So what does that entail? Nuxtaku was not an 18+ creator, so he agreed to keep all 18+ content of his Patreon Discord. He agreed there wouldn't be any promotion of self-harm, no gore material, no lolicon content, and absolutely no grooming. If Patreon...
No, Nikandros, what do you mean? The Patreon terms of service is just like the laws of physics. You can't go back on them. You can't violate those.
Patreon actively reinforced their terms of service, Nuxtaku would have been banned from the platform in 2018. So Nuxtaku explicitly agreed he wouldn't have any of the things on his Patreon Discord that harmed Red. He agreed to shoulder that responsibility in order to access Patreon services, and then completely neglected them. Let's pretend none of that matters. Let's pretend Nuxtaku had explicit consent from Red's parents to not only let Red into the server, they also consented to Nux creating the NSFW channel for them, and to all the things that Alan did. That wouldn't...
Dickies, do you have a no grooming rule in your Discord? Wait, hold up. 1 second. Do we have a no grooming rule? Rule 4, 18+ only. We're going to call that the no grooming rule from now on, okay? Yes, I do.
Matter because parents cannot consent to someone abusing their child. I am not a lawyer, But even in the legal realm, the terms of a contract cannot override the law. If you send gore to a minor on a Discord server, that's a crime, even if you had consent from the child's parents. I don't know whether Nuxtaku is actually civilly or criminally liable for something here, but parental consent does not grant him any kind of immunity if his actions on the server constituted a crime. However,
I would just say I don't think the legislation is fucking caught up to this stuff. I don't think you've had congressional hearings talking about how you're going to create laws to address people mismanaging Discord servers. I would highly fucking doubt it.
However you slice it, if the only thing protecting a child from being groomed in your small Discord community is their parents stopping them from joining it in the first place, what does that say about you and your community? It sounds pretty bad, doesn't it? But it's basically what Nuxtaku said in his defense.
Parents need to make sure that their kids aren't logging into 18+ servers. You know? It's awful, don't get me wrong, but that's that.
If you let your kids around me and they get groomed, that's on you. Also, how dare you slander me as a pedophile? To prevent what happened to Red, all Nuxtaku had to do was to have an 18+ only rule, clearly communicate that Discord was 18+ in his plugs, and tell people to report any minors to him. Red would have been instantly caught and banned. This is very basic stuff, but it was too much to ask from Nuxtaku. One of his own moderators described his management of the server with the words, absolute neglect. Just to repeat it one more time, I'm not complaining that Nux didn't do enough to keep kids out of his Patreon Discord server. The complaint is that Nux didn't do anything at all, and he's now blaming Red's parents for letting them onto an 18+ server, when there were no indications or warnings of it being an 18+ server.
Parents need to make sure that their kids aren't logging into 18+ servers.
The most disgusting thing about Nux blaming Red's parents is that he's not only denying his own liability, he's denying Alan's liability as well. He's the person.
That's a good fucking point, actually. Yeah, this Alan guy was propped up by Nuxtaku, right? Shouted out in several videos. In fact, not only was his channel plugged, apparently Alan being in the Discord server was a selling point to be able to get people in. He's a great guy. You should come and meet him. Yeah, Alan Weebus, the pedophile.
Person with the most potential to catch criminal charges here. Alan was actively sending gore and NSFW content to Red and said they were doing it because Red was underage.
Yeah, not just doing it because they were underage. Openly saying in the Discord that they were doing it because they're underage. It's just obscene. All of the actions here are totally fucking obscene. The idea that Nuxtaku was able to walk away from this stuff and people didn't come down on it fucking harder, it's actually disgraceful.
Felt so comfortable doing it that he openly told other members that he was sending these things to Red. Nuxtaku could have said it's Alan's fault, he could have denounced him, but no. He chose to make the evidence of Alan's crimes inaccessible, and he deleted some of it. If you think Alan's behavior qualifies him as a groomer or a pedophile, he certainly made himself look like one. And if he is one, then Nuxtaku's actions to defend himself have also protected that sort of person from consequences. If Nuxtaku hadn't placed all of the blame on Red's parents, he would still be on the hook for not only letting Alan stay on his server, he was shouting him out in his videos and featuring him on his podcast. He literally said that the $1 entry fee was worth it to join the Discord to meet this guy.
If you don't know who Alan Weebus is, oh, trust me, $1 to the Patreon is worth it to meet the guy.
What kind of culture do you think these endorsements encouraged? What kind of message do you think it sent to Red? Think about that for a second. According to one of Alan's old friends,
dude, you'll never have me shouting out literally anybody in my Discord server like that as a fucking selling point. Are you crazy? It's not only for the optics. It's because I hate everyone in my Discord server. No, but it's like, dude, if they turn out to be like a total fucking pedo later on, why would you advocate for that stuff? There is literally no benefit at all. Hengist, you're barely fucking active, bro. Come on.
Who reached out to me, Nuxtaku was definitely friends with Alan at some point, and he wanted Alan to be his editor. They even recalled Alan possibly having seen a photo of Nuxtaku's face. Again, this is one of Alan's friends saying this, so, you know. The only time Nuxtaku told Alan don't is this one. It's him telling Alan not to bring his alt accounts onto the server. That is how early Nuxtaku knew about the possibility of people joining the server without going through Patreon. It would remain unfixed for years. So far, Taku has just been lying about the server, lying about his past, lying about my video, conflating me with Hassan, playing dumb, shifting blame, and deleting evidence. It is quite possibly one of the worst responses ever.
Just to be clear, again, I'm really sorry if any bad thing happened to any person in any of my servers. Obviously, that's disgusting and horrible. However, it was an 18+ server. That's one. And two, also important to mention, this not safe for work tab that ended up, this channel, this not safe for work channel, which again, I regret. I don't think I should have ever done that. That was definitely a mistake on my part. I'm not trying to say it wasn't, but 2018, 8 years ago, I guess didn't think about it clearly enough. This server was removed, this channel with the not safe for work thing was removed really quickly after it was made, I think, if I remember correctly.
The NSFW channel on the public Discord server, which you made 16+, by the way, was removed within a week. But the NSFW channel on the Patreon Discord existed since 2018
Dude, Taku can't keep him straight, man. He can't keep him straight. He's mixing up the two fucking group codes.
till a couple days after my video came out. But anyway, so what if it happened in 2018? That's the reason I compared it to the Ava Chris Tyson Discord.
If you guys can think back to the Ava Chris Tyson allegations, which Nikandros kind of touches on in this video, when we were dealing with, having to put our brains together and look at, the density of messages and these kids saying what their ages were during the Ava Chris stuff, we were looking at that and going, well, it was close enough to these kids saying, what their ages are and them engaging with this material that Ava Chris Tyson more likely than not must have known. If you compare, like the density of messages and these people interacting with like Ava Chris Tyson or Jimmy at the time, it is much worse. It is like magnitudes worse with this Taku server. It's a much smaller group because you did have to pay, albeit like $1 or $2. It's a much smaller group, and pretty much everyone in that Discord seems to recognize and address Red as a child, making jokes about it, commenting about it, and shortly after, they're talking about Red or talking about their age or anything like this, Taku is showing up. Nikandros in his video further shows that they were in Discord calls together. It gets to a point where it is very difficult to give Nux benefit of the doubt that he just didn't know what was going on.
Who was a vocal critic of Chris Tyson in 2024 and called her a pedophile over this? Taku. Who is 5 months older than Chris Tyson? Taku.
No! No, I didn't even realize that. 29. This guy's 29 years old. Wait, not anymore, surely. What? This might be an old screenshot. Taku's going to be 30 years old at this point, right?
What's the excuse here? It was okay to destroy Chris Tyson's career in 2024 for something she did in 2018, but in 2026, it's too...
Jesus Christ, this is an old video. Holy fuck. Chud Logic? 38k subscribers, 100 people watching. That must have been early on in the stream, surely.
Career in 2024 for something she did in...
Dude, top channels in this search term, this is a blast from the fucking past. Brion doesn't even make content anymore. Achito tries to make content, totally fallen off. Holy shit, this is just a different era of YouTube. Sensitive Society getting over 50,000 viewers on his fucking videos. Holy shit, this is like a different website, man.
2018, but in 2020...
How the fuck am I getting nostalgic over 2023 YouTube? That was like 3 years ago.
It's too late for that. If that's the case, why is Taku using clips of Hassan Piker from 2018? What exactly is the standard here? Taku goes after Hassan for videos he made 13 years ago.
What did he say? Old enough to count, old enough to now mount Hassan Piker? That's right, bro. That's it. And this is coming from Hassan, known for saying, if she's old enough to count, she's old enough to mount.
Come back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
That's Hassan. Definitely listen to his moral guidelines.
Hassan is playing a character in these videos. This episode was specifically supposed to be more offensive.
There's been a lot of reviews about how bro tip is not offensive enough, so I decided I'm gonna kick it up a notch.
Even in character, when the things Hassan is saying don't represent his own beliefs, he's merely asking the question, after which a big no is shown. So not only is Taku fine with judging people for things they said more than 8 years ago, he's fine with lying about them too.
And then you're saying the thing that I've done that you consider to be
completely unacceptable is like a satirical fucking a shitty attempt at satire that.
So the shitty attempt of satire he's referring to is his bro tips past, where he had comments like, if she's old enough to count, she's old enough to mount. If that's not pedophile behavior, I don't know what is.
Taku has twisted this one joke from 13 years ago into some regular catchphrase that Hassan would say back then. Now, please note that I'm simply deriving Taku's standards from the standards he holds other people to. It doesn't matter whatever else Hassan might have done or what your opinion about him might be. Using this quote as an expression of Hassan's genuine belief is just misinformation, and the fact that Taku feels so strongly about it ties very nicely to his Patreon Discord.
By the way, for those of you that...
No. I mean, Dan has offered like a buffet of different Hassan tweets, of different Hassan clips for people to go after, and they each do serve to different audiences. They pitch to different people, right? It's just very interesting that to Taku, somebody with I would say a wide, if false, a reputation of being a pedophile, finds the Hassan pedo clip so interesting. It really does pitch to him.
That don't know, Hassan Piker, largest leftist political streamer in America, has been...
No fucking way. I thought that was clickbait. Apparently Taku debated Roseanne Barr on Jews on his channel. I'm going to take a look at that yesterday. I'm going to take a look at that tomorrow, 100%.
Been doing streams talking about back in the day, back when he was a wee baby at the wee young age of 24. He was saying if she's old enough to count, she's old enough to mount.
Let's give people a little bit of grace what they say at the, very young, meager age of 24, okay? We can forgive that. We can forgive that.
All right, if she bleeds...
Right? No!
She breeds. He's been saying shit like this, but he was 24. He was just a baby.
In 2018, Taku was 22. And when Taku was 22, Alan Wiebes said these same words right in front of his face on the server.
If that's not pedophile behavior, I don't know what is.
After Alan said that lollies are very mountable, Nux reacted, "You are terrifying, Alan," and moved on. Within 30 minutes, Alan is talking to Red about the age of consent being 15, and all the gross stuff he sends to Red specifically because they were 15. This was on the 8th of October. What does Taku say 12 days later?
If you don't know who Alan Wiebes is, oh, trust me, $1 to the Patreon is worth it to meet the guy.
This was already in my original video, but Taku did not offer an explanation in his response. You witnessed a person saying something that you believe counts as pedophile behavior, even when it's said in the context of satire, and you gave them a shout out, and explicitly told your mixed-age audience to pay you money to meet them. This is one of those moments where you absolutely need to respond properly and clear up how it's even possible that this happened. At the time, Taku had 250,000 subscribers. You would naturally be careful about who you shout out and endorse. If you saw them make these jokes, how did you justify that decision? Whatever the answer may be, Taku is once again holding others to higher standards. He's willing to make these attacks despite his actions being far worse. There is no date of expiration on when you can judge people for the things they've done. This could have happened 13 years ago, and I would still have a perfectly legitimate reason to bring it up. The things that happened on Taku...
I think the thing is there, if somebody's bringing up edgy statements that are just like bad optics that somebody said like many, many years ago, if I hate them, I might find it funny. If I like them, I might sweep for it. But the truth is that nobody should really care if it's just pure bad optics. Like, people don't need to answer for that stuff. Now, actions that people have done that have ended up hurting somebody else, if they're honest about it, super easy. Get out of jail free card. Yeah, I did that. It was really bad. I take full accountability, or the appropriate amount of accountability, and you're just honest about it, and you can move past it. Pretty fucking simple, right? Like Destiny. With the, who's that girl that he was grabbing up on and fucking sexually assaulting? He's already admitted to all of that stuff. Going back and trying to fucking criticize him for it, in and of itself, I mean, there's nothing to really, grab onto. Maybe you want to make, like, a larger point about his behavior, a pattern, right? That's a little bit more debatable, you know? Mia Rose, that's the girl, yeah. If you want to go and draw, like, a line through, a pattern of behavior, that's one thing. But if somebody's honest about this behavior, there's really not that much to be able to criticize. If Nux said, now, yep, I did that, I mismanaged it, I'm really sorry, I don't do that shit anymore, Boom. Super easy. You fucking got past it, you know? It's when you lie and you start to twist yourself up in stories and you start to conflate between your two different groom chords. That's when you start to run into problems.
Whose Patreon Discord server make it clear that Taku has clearly known since 2018 that he has minors in his audience, and he should have learned from this experience that if you don't actively exclude them, they are willing to join NSFW communities and talk about NSFW content with adults, even past paywalls. It completely shatters any plausible deniability that Taku didn't realize that he was pushing his content to an audience of children. It makes it clear that all of this early porn introduction behavior was totally inexcusable. The pivot to hentai content in 2019, totally inexcusable. Leaving the Reddit unmoderated, totally inexcusable. The email competitions, totally inexcusable. There is some improvement with the public Discord in 2022, since it actually launched with a team of moderators, and it actually had a minimum age rule. But in April of 2021, Taku's plan for it was still to leave it totally unmoderated.
I'm thinking of starting a new Patreon, a new Discord just for all you guys, just to spam your shiz. It's gonna be like borderline not moderated insanity. That's the plan. That's the plan!
Remember when I said that the Discord predator catfishing video, where Nux acknowledges that predators are a problem on Discord, was released in September of 2021? That was actually a re-release of a video from February. So while Taku is laughing about how funny it would be to leave his new Discord borderline unmoderated, he already knows about the problem of predators on that platform. If not for whoever convinced Taku that he can't just leave his Discord unmoderated, it would have been a do-over of the Patreon Discord on an even larger scale. For about 6 days, it kind of was. So Nux clearly brought up the fact that these things happened 8 years ago in bad faith. He's totally willing to judge and condemn other people for things they've done that are way older than that. If we apply the same analysis to his other defenses, we quickly realize that they were all made in bad faith as well. He does not genuinely believe the things that he's saying. If we grant Taku that the Patreon terms of service requiring parental consent means that he's not responsible for anything that happened to a minor on his Patreon Discord, that position does not mesh with his other beliefs.
Just recently, you had the implied nudity meta on Twitch, where they allowed artistic nudity, which is, again, still mind-blowing to me that they even thought this was a good idea, on a 13+ gaming website, by the way.
What's the problem? Look at the Twitch terms of service. Minors need parental permission to use it, so it's a
no fucking way. The Twitch services are not available for people under the age of 13, age of 16 in Australia, or the minimum age required for the use of the Twitch services in your jurisdiction or residence. If you are between the medium age and the legal age of majority in your jurisdiction or residence, you may only use the Twitch services under the supervision of a parent or legal guardian who agrees to be bound by these terms of service. I didn't even realize this was in there. That's so fucking funny.
An inherently 18+ website. If parents are not comfortable with their kids watching this stuff, it's their fault if they let them watch it. What does it matter if the Twitch app comes pre-installed with your smart TV? And because it's 13+, it's super easy for kids to access on any computer with internet access. Like the computers at their school, their library, or their friend's place, where you can't supervise them. If following the TOS...
Also, let's be, totally fucking honest, okay? The whole 13+ thing? Nah, that doesn't even fucking work. These websites have it in their TOS that you have to be 13+, and you need to click a box to say that you're 13+. There are obviously going to be kids who end up on there anyway, right? The thing, people rely on that, and it usually is true that the average person you encounter on the internet is going to be 13+. But it's because, kids before that age probably actually don't have unrestricted access to the internet, right? Their parents probably haven't given them a smartphone or their own personal computer, or they're just, off doing other things, watching TV, playing video games. They're not getting involved in these online communities, but even the 13+ thing, I don't think that anybody should be relying on that.
Was a principle that Taku genuinely believed in. He would not only have to apologize for attacking Twitch for 5 years for no reason, he'd have a far easier time defending his past.
Yeah, I do regret making lewd content in the past.
What are you regretting? The YouTube terms of service says that minors need parental consent to use the service. Nuxtaku might have used all kinds of tags, brands, and properties to maximize the odds that his content would reach an underage audience. However, just like on Patreon, the terms of service says that the parents of the kids watching his videos must have consented to it, so Nuxtaku should have absolutely no regrets whatsoever. But for some reason, he still does. Nuxtaku does not articulate this distinction, but Patreon has a paywall, whereas YouTube and Twitch don't. If we steel man his defense and shift the focus from the terms of service to the paywall, which we then equate with an implicit age verification, Nux's old YouTube content and the rants about Twitch hot tub streamers would no longer be sufficient to demonstrate hypocrisy. Assuming all of that in his favor, and I'm literally inventing more arguments in favor of Nux to take down, it wouldn't save him because Nuxtaku did not merely criticize Twitch for exposing minors to bikini ladies.
Every single freaking ASMR streamer on Twitch is linking their OnlyFans because ultimately Twitch is a massive funnel to that stuff, and Twitch knows that. Most of Twitch these days is a literal funnel to OnlyFans.
Twitch is funneling children to OnlyFans. In case you didn't hear him specify children, here's another clip from November of 20...
What's wrong? What's wrong? Nuxtaku is strongly disavowing using, safe for work, 13 plus platforms to be able to direct people to 18 plus sites. What's the issue with that? What's the hypocrisy?
2025.
In the past, they've made plenty of questionable bans and unbans, like having full-blown penetrative sex on stream.
True.
Was a 3-day ban.
Twitch is hentai, as a very wise man once said. It really is just a soft to hardcore site that's used to funnel children into actual hardcore sites like OnlyFans. That and terrorism. It's literally tits and terrorism on this website. How on earth has it not been swatted?
Patreon accepts 13 plus users. OnlyFans doesn't. It's an 18 plus adults only platform. So when Nuxtaku goes after Twitch women, he does not care about the terms of service. He does not care about parental responsibility. He does not care about paywalls. And he does not care that parents are not checking the transaction history of their children's debit cards, or that kids might steal their parents' credit cards. He holds the Twitch platform and these streamers directly accountable for funneling minors to a paid adult platform. I'm trying to hold Nuxtaku accountable for funneling a minor through a paywall on a 13 plus platform. So in the best case scenario, when we are steel manning his defense, Nuxtaku is holding these Twitch hot tub streamers to a higher standard than I am holding him in my video. It's almost like every single standard I'm trying to hold this guy up to is a standard he has held other people to. If you make videos featuring suggestive material of characters that are popular with children, like Rule 34, children are going to be watching that content.
This is insane. It's insane that there's a channel that's out here just grinding this stuff. And you know who's watching this, right? You know who's watching this. It's kids. It's kids that never figured out about Twitch meta yet. It's kids too young for the Twitch meta.
Then he uploads that video on his channel with no added censorship, with this thumbnail and these tags in January of 2024. He also understands that the presence of adult content on a 13 plus platform functions as a way for children to circumvent their parental controls and access 18 plus content.
As you know, whenever someone says Twitch meta, it's just women on Twitch finding new ways to sexualize themselves and get mostly underage people that can't log on to porn sites.
Mostly underage people that can't log on to porn sites.
To you know.
To beat it a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, fucking gross. But did you notice the absence of parental responsibility being mentioned? It wasn't mentioned in 2021, 2024, or in November of 2025. What about this clip?
Talking about OnlyFans girls is an entire meta of content creation that has
Exactly.
existed for years.
100%.
And I don't know, maybe it has something to do with people like Morgpie trying to bend Twitch's rules so she can show her boobs to 13-year-olds and try to get them addicted to pornography.
Yeah, man. Everyone that streams on Twitch is quite literally bringing people to a platform where this crazy shit is happening. I'm just saying. No, this is insanity. It's insanity that this is allowed on Twitch. Sexual content. Again, I always said this. Twitch is just tits and terrorists.
So we are again holding the hot tub streamers on Twitch.
Listen, alright, when you're putting the magnifying glass on other people, okay, They're the ones responsible. When the magnifying glass is on you, and you're getting called a fucking pedo, okay? Then it's parental responsibility.
That are advertising their OnlyFans directly accountable. No mention of parental responsibility, terms of service, allergies, bone spurs, or fibromyalgia. This guy has been ranting about the Twitch meta since early 2021, and he never mentions anything about parental responsibility. He does not even expect to get that response because he knows it's stupid. It's a totally worthless deflection of responsibility that he doesn't allow anyone else to make. After my video came out and he's the one being criticized, after 5 years of ignoring it, parental responsibility suddenly matters. However, I believe I may have forgotten to mention something. Taku's response to me came out on the 13th of February. The clip I just showed you was 3 days later. 3 days after defending himself, parental responsibility, terms of service, or paywalls no longer matter. This guy is a total liar. He doesn't believe anything he says. Ironically, the guy screaming about lies, defamation, and bad faith is himself the pinnacle of lies, defamation, and bad faith. Now, I've used phrasing in this video many times, which could be interpreted as me saying that Taku knowingly targeted children with 18+ content for some kind of malicious reason. I have not seen a smoking gun for Taku wanting to corrupt the youth, or that he's getting off to the idea of kids getting exposed to 18+ content through his videos. Maybe.
I don't think okay, so when we talk about Taku having an EPI empire, right? That's got nothing to do with the fact that he's like intentionally trying to cultivate that. But he does massively financially benefit from it, right? He might not want the corruption of the youth in and of itself. He just wants it because it's got some kind of, you know, tangential viewership benefit to him. I think that's the best thing you can say, you know? Nux is the one who leaned in to the porn meta, or the lewd thumbnail meta on YouTube more than anybody. And he did it with the most obscene kinds of pornography that there are. Again, little girls getting captured and raped by a pack of baboons. That was the shit that he was going in there for, you know? And he did tag it in a way that made it appear, you know, promote to children, you know? So 100%. Even if he didn't want the thing in and of itself, he knew that kids were probably watching those videos. I mean, he's got to have access to his background analytics, right? He knows the ages of the people who are watching.
That sounds insane to you. I mean, why would he tag Mr. Beast if he didn't want children to watch his content? Well, Mr. Beast is massively popular with children, that's true, but it's also a massive channel. There is another explanation for all of these things. Taku wanted to make more money, and ethical concerns were not an obstacle. It's actually very easy to facilitate harm on a massive scale when all you see are numbers on a screen, and the more harm you do, the more money you have flowing to your account. I might be totally tunnel-visioned, but at this point, for me to call Taku a pedophile, I'd basically need to see him admit it. Would Taku ever give this much charity to someone else? Of course not.
Yeah, it's not like Twitch that literally knows that it is a giant marketing scheme to get kids addicted to porn. Like, that is the Twitch meta. It's not the YouTube meta.
And where's the evidence for that being Twitch's motivation?
No, the YouTube meta is getting a bunch of kids in a Discord server so you can teach them how to cut themselves and go to them, actually. That's the YouTube meta, apparently.
Is he just looking at Twitch's behavior and assuming that's the case? If so...
At least with the fucking Twitch meta, it's a bunch of girls who are, like, barely fucking clothed, alright? The YouTube meta, again, little girls getting raped by baboons.
I would be 100% justified in saying the same thing about Taku, assuming we're judging him by his own standards. But I'm not going to do that because he has no standards. He will say whatever he can to maintain an audience and to make money. So, what else do we got?
Now, I find it ironic that people like Hassan...
Oh my god.
Hassan is calling me a pedophile for things he's done, alright?
Alright. Taku complains...
No! Wait, hold on. Wait, the Trash Taste podcast? These guys are pedophiles? Wait, I've been told that I'm the evil version of Sea Dog, or whatever the fuck this guy is called. Apparently, I'm like his evil fucking clone. And this guy's a pedophile? How bad must I be? Holy fuck.
Claims about Hassan going on a podcast with the Anime Man and Giguk, who Nux claims are pro-lolly, and his evidence is a tweet from 2019. But there's more.
They have figurines of sexualized anime children on their broadcast.
I'm not exactly a fan of Eromanga Sensei, but
Yeah, so Eromanga Sensei, for those of you that are unaware, it's a story about, I think she's like an 11-year-old girl that moved in with her stepbrother after her parents died or something, and they worked together to create child hentai or something.
It's like in episode 2, Sagiri's classmate Megumi comes to check on her because she isn't going to school.
No! Liam! No! This is fucking brutal. We've had to take him into witness protection to be able to protect his identity, okay? He's given us very crucial information that has led to the arrests and identification of several pedophiles on YouTube. He is forgiven by this point. No. Lolicon larynx.
It's like in episode 2, Sagiri's classmate Megumi comes to check on her because she isn't going to school. But dead ass, randomly mid-conversation, she just drops this.
おちんちん大好きですけど。大好き？はい。私と同じくらいの年の女の子はみんなおちんちん大好きです。
And keep in mind,
it's pretty awful. It's a pretty bad anime, I'm not gonna lie.
If Nuxtaku was logged into his MyAnimeList account, you would see that he watched 8 out of 12 episodes and gave the show a 7 out of 10. So, after seeing this scene in episode 2, he continued watching for 6 more episodes and rated the show slightly higher than the average user. For reference, the anime man...
Wait, hold on. Give me 2 seconds. What did he say there? Wait. Nuxtaku has rated this anime. I totally lost that.
Keep in mind,
It's pretty awful. It's a pretty bad anime, I'm not gonna lie.
If Nuxtaku was logged into his MyAnimeList account, you would see that he watched 8 out of 12 episodes and...
No fucking way. He rated this shit above average. What? 7 out of 10?
Gave the show a 7 out of 10. So, after seeing this scene in episode 2, he continued watching for 6 more episodes and...
Lock this guy up. Lock this guy up. Nikandros, you've given this guy way too much fucking charity, okay? I was on board with your argument earlier that he was not into lolicon. This has blown it out the fucking water. I've like flipped. I've already fucking flipped. This guy's a pedophile.
Rated the show slightly higher than the average user. For reference, the anime man, one of the people that Nuxtaku is accusing of being a lolicon here, rated it 2 out of 10. Giguk, on the other hand, gave it a 10 out of 10.
Okay, to be totally fair, lock this guy up as well. What the fuck?
You'll be hearing more
That's what
about
I'm
these
saying.
guys in the part 2. The anime man might have been an open lolicon in 2019, but Nuxtaku forgot to mention that back in the day, he proudly claimed to have inspired him, and Giguk, and many others, to create hentai review content. You see, Nuxtaku wasn't following a meta back in the day.
You are known for pushing the limits of what is acceptable on YouTube.
He pushed the limits.
All of a sudden, Lord Nuxinor comes along with like an angelic choir in the background and introduces the YouTube scene to Giantioi. All of a sudden, blammo! Lost Pause, the anime man, heavenly controller, following the trend. Very cool, fam. I would do the same thing, even though this time I'm the
Fuck me. Okay, we're back.
The anime
Let's
man,
go back.
heavenly comes along with like an angelic choir in the background and introduces the YouTube scene to Giantioi. All of a sudden, blammo! Lost Pause, the anime man, heavenly controller, following the trend. Very cool, fam. I would do the same thing, even though this time I'm the trend setter. Feels pretty good, not gonna lie.
He was.
I said before I was so rudely paused that, it's like admitting to being the guy who invented pedophilia. You're the trendsetter for pushing lolicon and hentai anime on fucking children on YouTube. I mean, hurt people, and somebody has to have hurt somebody else first.
Us, the trendsetter.
I mean, I've inspired countless others. No, the anime man, heavenly.
He inspired countless others, and that includes Giguk as well.
The fact that at least I'm convincing myself, inspired Giguk's video, I must say I'm honored. I've been watching Giguk all the way back when, long before I started my channel.
But again, that's for the part 2. To summarize Nux's response, he deploys the whole Hassan system at me, as he sees about me ruining his public perception with things that he himself said/did, and then immediately lies about me while still scared to say my name. Cinema. So, Tectone, How do you feel about Nux Taku now?
Nux is a fucking Jew creep, and that's facts.
Whoa, that's a bit uncalled for, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Yes it is.
No, it's not.
Whatever. See you later.
Shout out to Elon Musk, the ultimate swag champion of all time. Now, the serious question I have for Elon Musk is this. How do you have the time to come up with this shit when women are probably tossing their salads your way faster than you can say Hyperloop in every single corner? You're a designated genius, you're a good-looking dude, and you happen to not be a fucking billionaire. Anyway, Elon, I admire your conquest in becoming the real-life Tony Stark without the creepy facial hair, and for that, you are our bro of the week.
Okay. Nikandros won. Nikandros won. There is basically a 0% chance that the next Taku will talk about any of this stuff. He will not address it at any point. And that's basically about it. Nobody in the lolly VTuber sphere is going to talk about any of this stuff either. It's a very, very, very sad day. It is a very fucking sad day. We got to take Grok away from this guy. Yeah, okay. It's bad. No, Nikandros is gonna take some time off Twitter. I think he said, right? He's so much like more locked in on YouTube videos now. He says it's not gonna take. It's gonna take less than 6 months this time for him to be able to get a Nux Taku video out. All right, we're timing him, and the stopwatch starts. It's 2:48 a.m. on the 16th of the 6th, 2026. Just hit 2:49. Perfect. The stopwatch starts now. We are counting, all right? To wait and see how long it's going to be until Nikandros drops his next video. We are very excited for it, okay? We are very, very, very excited. There we are. And I think, given the fact that I started so late, okay, that is going to be the stream. I was glad we were able to get over that. Unfortunately, there's some bits in that I mean, I've already spoken about. So, what are you going to do? You know? What are you going to do? Like, all of the leaflet stuff, already spoken about that before. You know? A lot of the other associated Lodiguna stuff. I mean, I was, like, involved with talking about that drama. Tried to get conversations with some of those people. Was talking about it with Nikandros at the time. But, you know, fun to go down memory lane a little bit. You know? Fun to go down memory lane. There we are. Oh, fuck. Somebody... Okay. I want to do this before we go. Wait, is this going to dox me? I don't think so. I made a map of everybody on Twitter. Yes, you're there too. Ooh-woo. Every account is placed next to the people they talk to, so you can find out where they are, which cluster claimed you, and exactly who you're stuck next to. Now, let me have a gander. I want to have a look where I am on this. Okay, no, I'm fine. Nice. Am I going to be in the UK somewhere? Wait, this is cool. Are these topics? Kate Morris. Okay. Gary Lineker, Dara Bryant. Right, so these are all accounts. That's kind of cool. That is very cool, actually. Yeah, the UK is just not nearly as, like, on Twitter as the US or, like, I don't know, many other countries are. We just don't use it nearly as much. You guys are all obsessed with it because you're fucking politics and stuff, you know? Holy fuck. Trump and Biden. Yeah, okay. We will not be looking for that. Who do we want to search for? Who do we want to search for? Let's have a gander. I'll look at myself first. Dickers TV. Alright, here we go. Twitter sucks. Twitter's fucking useful, you know? No fucking way. Top 1.3% of VTubers. What does that mean? Wait, what does that mean? Does that mean that I tweet the most about VTubers, or did I interact the most with VTubers? Am I a fan, or am I a contributor? No. No. Top 1.3%. No. Okay. You're stuck with members... Federal Rape. Queeman. I don't even know who this person is. Who the fuck is this person? Wait, what? Who is this guy? Do I follow him? No. And nobody that I know follows him either. Okay. Weird. So I've got no fucking clue who that guy is. Let's go back to me. Alright. So I'm stuck with federal rape. About expected, to be honest. Alec Gekmo and Shamu. Yeah, fair enough. Fame neighbors. Who the fuck are these people? I actually don't know. Most mentioned by Hengist. My top guy. My top clipper. That's him. Alright. I'm surprised that it's not by other people, to be honest. This might be busted. I don't know. Or maybe they've deleted their clips. I'm not sure. Hateful Creep is the person who quotes me most often. Because they quoted me one time. I don't think you can see that. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, this is fucked. This is busted. Alright. Inbox? What the fuck? Wait, what's in the inbox? What's in the inbox? Dude, Hengist is right there with me, man. It's all of the VTuber drama that I've been getting into and that Hengist fucking quote tweeted me over. Yeah. Top 4.7% of VTubers. Wait, weren't you laughing at me a second ago? Weren't you laughing at me? Yeah, I think so. Dude, Lamau. Way more embarrassing clip than the Bleed Breed one. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah? How about fuck you? Dude. You're stuck with... Literally has an OnlyFans, I'm pretty sure. Literally has a Fansly that they plug all the time. That's great stuff. Alright, let me have a gander at some other people then. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this going to be your recommendations? It might be. Okay. Let's answer the question that we got earlier. Alright? Let's answer the question that we got earlier. Is Chud Logic still gay? Bussy! Okay, wait, what? That girl... Isn't that girl 17? What the fuck? You're stuck with a child. No, okay, to be fair, okay? I'm pretty sure she graduated high school 9 months ago. She's now 18, actually. She was just infamously a minor in the space for a little while. Yep, okay. Who else? Fame neighbors. Got no clue who these people are. Most quoted by Federal Rape. Walstler. Okay. Interesting. Okay, and there's going to be a few clippers as well. I do think this shit is busted. Or at the very least, it's not, like taking everyone into account. Like, most mentioned by, I would expect these people to be the clippers. No? How weird. Yeah, it's definitely not got everybody in there. But Chud is not in any large drama circle. Okay. Who do we go for next? Diorio? Oh, what is this fucking thing? Nicholas Diorio. No fucking way! He's even worse than me, man! Top 0.4% members of VTubers. He's 3 times more in it than I am. That is quite bad. You're stuck with... Don't know who that person is. Anthony Gramulia. Boogie. Cheapy reviews. No. Cheapy reviews? Okay. Fair enough. Dude, to be fair to him, okay, Cheapy reviews is like hack the fucking Twitter algorithm. You call him a pedophile one time, and you will see nothing but him plastering lolly porn all over your feed for the next 3 weeks. It is brutal to engage with. Fame neighbors, and again, I've got no fucking clue who these people are. Most mentioned by... No, most quoted by is Diabolical. Woody Mac Show and Guam. Alright. Okay. Who else are we gonna go for? Queeman. You want me to have a look at Queeman? Okay. We'll search Queeman. Wait, what? Queeman is in NASA and space. Well, I guess it's the only place it's the only place you can go to where lolly is guaranteed to be legal, you know? You're stuck with Guam. Huh? Okay. Interesting. Fame neighbors, and it looks like all of this stuff is completely unrelated. I've got no clue what this even is supposed to relate to. Most mentioned by, and then it's the same people as these people. Alright. Most quoted by Guam and Gristly. How fucking odd. Okay, that's very fucking weird. Huh. Queeman, very famously big NASA fan? I guess so. Yeah. I guess so. Where is Queeman? He's not in the UK sphere. Yeah, he's firmly in the fucking US cluster. Alright. Tommy C. Dare I? Tommy C. What is it? Shot from the point? No, I can't find him. Let's go for morale. Duma Media. Yeah? And then we'll go for J-Stalk after. Duma Media. What? Okay, this shit is buggy as fuck. Duma Media. There we go. Top 1.3% of global celebrities. Stuck with Dev, Simon, Tactical Templar. No, okay, this is pretty fucked. If you just spend your time fucking with people on Twitter, you end up as them, with them as your fucking your neighbors. You know, that's very fucked. Morale is closer to the UK than Queeman is, though. Very telling. Okay, we'll go J-Stalk, and then we'll go Aiden Underground. And then that'll be the end? JSTLK, right? Unless there's an underscore before it. J-Stalk? Oh, it's J-Stalk and then an underscore. Okay, nice. Yeah, there we go. There's the penguin. All right. Dude, top 2% member of Trump and Biden. You're stuck with... Yeah, doesn't he fucking know it, man? Doesn't he fucking know it? Poor guy. Alright, fame neighbors. It's going to be most quoted by, or most tagged by, Substance. Right? Yeah, here we are. Most mentioned by Substance. Most quoted by Howling for Hope. I'm pretty sure that's a guy, he's like a Chud fan on Twitter that fucking hates J-Stalk. Alright, nice. We'll go with Tommy C. Wait, hold on. Let me think. We've got to go Aiden. Or is it Aiden UG, right? Aiden Underground. Okay. Yep, not going to find him. Alright. SFTP Tommy C. Or is it Tommy C SFTP? Yeah, okay. There we are. Top 0.4% of global celebrities. You're stuck with Emery. Dude, Denal. Denal ends up as his number 2. Okay, yeah, that's Tommy C. Lockout Live, Augie RFC, and Nicholas Urio. Most mentioned by Azure Kong. Most quoted by Howling for Hope. Yeah, okay, that sounds about right. Who else do we go for? Ico Rules. Ico's not really that active on Twitter, to be fair, so it probably wouldn't actually come up with anything interesting. That is brutal. Okay. Stuck with Leia Sapienti. You poor, poor woman. Most mentioned by Green Gary. Fuck me. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else that we can think of? Anybody else? I can't think of anybody interesting that I'd want to search up. Okay. I think that might be about it. We've looked at everybody that I'm mildly interested in. There we go. Do we go for Guam, actually? Guam tweets. Dude, even her fucking username sounds fat. Alright. Huh? Top 2.9% of Trump world. And she's stuck with Queeman. Yeah, that's fantastic stuff. Most quoted by Kilotonics and Conspiracy Lima. Sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. Fantastic stuff. Okay. Raidnoid. Okay, one sec. Does he even come up for me? Alright, that is going to be the stream, guys. Before we go, I want to thank everybody who's watched, everybody who's liked the stream, and everybody who has donated, which is me. Listen, We started late. All right, it's going to be a short stream. That's fine, but I still thank you, Will, for donating. We appreciate it. Search videos from other channels. I'm just not seeing Noz in my window. Okay. However, I am seeing Himpleton. So go ahead and have a gander at that. I'll see you guys later. Gonna rate you guys out on YouTube. See you soon. Lots of love. I'll see you tomorrow. Have fun. Bye.